Oh, hey, hello. Oh, my microphone wasn't here. Hey, hello. I move it out of the way when I edit. How are we doing, everybody? Hold on, I feel like my AC is like really, really loud. Can all of you hear me? Yeah. Oh, sorry if I like blew your ears out just now. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Someone said for once? Wait, you can hear me for once? Listen, I've only been muted one time. Hold on, I'm going to try to turn my AC off though, because this is not it at all. Hallway thermostat. It's trying to keep me cool. I don't want it. There we go. Now I can just, freeze. Now I can freeze. All right. Someone said hello, how are you doing? I hope you and your family are doing well. Thank you. I hope you and your family are doing well. Someone said, I gotta confess, I also thought you had cancer when I saw you bald. LOL, I'm so sorry. It's okay. It's not an, like, completely unfounded assumption, but no, I just shaved my hair because I thought it would be fun. I do not have cancer, which I'm fortunate enough to be in that scenario. Someone said I'm not used to the baldness. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. I wasn't used to it either, but then I kept it for 6 months offline, and so now I don't even remember that I don't have hair until somebody points it out. Oh my gosh. Someone said it does look great. The shaved head really does look great, little bro. Why, thank you. You gotta rock it. You gotta rock it. Look, if I came back to YouTube, it's crazy how so much of your confidence or the like looking good or whatever is literally just like confidence. Because if I came back and I was kind of like, oh, hey guys, I'm back. I don't have my long, luscious locks anymore. Oh my God, don't look at me. But nah, I came back and I was like, y'all aren't even getting an explanation. You just have to accept this new level that I'm on, because I've been on this level. It's up to y'all to catch up. That's how I live my life. All right. Someone said, isn't it so much colder than long hair though? Listen, I cut it in the summer. It was a good decision in the summer, okay? Because I live in North Carolina, as I say quite frequently. And it gets really hot here in the summer, south of the Mason-Dixon line. But now I'm suffering. But you know what? Sometimes you got to be cold to look hot. And you can quote me on that. All right. Rocking that Lil Bill look. I have my icons. I've got Lil Bill. I have Caillou. I have Mr. Clean. I have mostly them. I don't really rock with like real people. They're not cool. They disappoint me. But Lil Bill, Caillou, even though like I don't like Caillou. And I don't want to just be like a hater or like performative, but I feel like Caillou, he was so mid. Like his personality was not good. He was not a great guy. I don't think it was just an age thing. When I was Caillou's age, I knew a lot of people Caillou's age, and they were not as annoying as Caillou. Yeah, no, I see people not rocking with Caillou. I do not. So Mr. Clean is hot. I mean, like, aren't all mascots for cleaning products kind of low-key, like, you know, like, why do they draw the brawny guy like that? You know what I mean? I mean, we know why, but All right, all right. Someone said, oh, that Caillou. I thought Kaiju number 8. No, not Kaiju. Even though, who is a bigger threat to society? Godzilla or Caillou? All right, so for those of you who are new to the stream, hello and welcome. My usual sort of schedule or lack thereof is that the first 30 minutes is just me yapping. So you're just going to hear this for a little while before we go into the topic. Now, a little like, someone say he was a brat, plain and simple. He was a brat before brat summer. Brat, derogatory. Some of y'all, I want to talk a little bit about mikayla nogueira before we really get into it, because raise your hand if you're already familiar with her. Maybe someone you follow has covered her. I feel like, and this is just me being for real, I'm so out of the loop when it comes to, or rather, no, let me just not, I'm trying not to use catchy language. I ignore beauty influencers on purpose. So when I'm looking for topics and I see somebody did something and they're also part of the beauty community, I ignore it. I don't care. I feel like that's just the best way of me going about that. But because of this, there is literally like years and years and years and years worth of stuff about this mikayla nogueira person. And so what I'm going to ask y'all for is the benefit of the doubt. Here's the thing. I have 37 sources in my outline today. Okay. Here's the thing. I'm talking about 10 different mikayla nogueira controversies today. What I don't want is to convey this idea that like, oh, this is just like surface level. Y'all, it is surface level. You have to stay on the surface when it comes to people like this, or I would get lost just trying to get into this. So if you are like a mikayla nogueira, I don't know, expert, you could write her Wikipedia page. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you if this list is good enough, okay? 519, Lash Gate, filters / editing, the accent, the waiter incident, possibly sponsored wedding, Ozempic allegations, which I'm not completely in favor of calling everybody out for using Ozempic or whatever, the illusion bronze scenario, a $100,000 haul, and most recently the angel tree scenario. Does that sort of sound? Can you accept that from me as a reasonable level of work? I'm sorry that I did not also go beyond those 10 pretty major-ish talking points and also talk about a bunch of other things that people call her out for. Y'all, there's just so much here. There's just so much here. Someone said I'd say that's good. Okay, good. Because I'm telling you right now, I don't want to just like go to her subreddit and just start looking at every single post and being like, oh, she did this and also she did everything. There are like 1 hour long videos about her. Because honestly, if I just took these 10 topics and I only talked about each one for like 5 minutes and then I had a little 5-minute intro, that's a really long intro. I would not have a 5-minute intro. But let's say I had a 5-minute intro and then 5 minutes of talk. That's an hour. And we are going to be here for much longer than an hour. Someone said, did he include try being an influencer for a day? I did. That's what I call the 519 incident. Yeah. In fact, I think that's the one that I'm opening with because I think that's such a good introduction to her. But yeah, that's pretty much it. There are other things, and I know for sure some mikayla nogueira experts going to be like, well, you didn't mention that one time at the end of like mid 2024. What would the end of mid 2024 be? I have no idea. But yeah, that's what you are getting today. Especially too, because like most people here, or most people watching the video probably still won't know who she is, even though a lot of people do. A lot of people do. Someone said if we drag her for her accent, we have to attack Ariana for her changing hers too, to be fair. Oh, ¿por qué no los dos? Hold on a second. Wait a second. Listen, I cut points out of my videos sometimes. Okay. Hold on. I cut a lot of points out of my videos because I am long-winded, as you may know. But I actually had this one video that I wanted to go over of Ariana Grande that I cut out of my Iggy Azalea video. But since you've kind of brought this up, let's go ahead and talk about that for a second. Hold on. Let me fix my audio because y'all know that my audio is never ever working. You know my audio never works the first time, but I know how to fix it in a single second. It's already been longer than a second. You're like, he's lying. You're like, not D'Angelo in his mikayla nogueira era because he's lying to all of us. my nogueira era. Hold on. Advanced audio properties, monitor. I always forget to do this before the stream. Hold on. Advanced audio properties. Okay, monitor and output. Okay, that should be fixed. Okay. Y'all, I was going to include this in my Ariana or in my Iggy Azalea video, but I realized like there was just already too much there. Listen how actually bad Ariana Grande's Black Scent was.
Hey girl, hey. Buy my fragrance. It's out now. You know you gonna find it where you look for it.
I may have the worst eyesight of anybody you ever known in your whole life, but the gag is I can see with my third eye.
Oh, I feel it so beautiful. Thank you, Daniel. I feel it so beautiful.
Oh wait, she's like Indian here? Hold on. We just race shifted for a second into being Indian. I didn't expect that.
Did somebody order a package? Because I'm here to deliver, y'all.
Y'all, it was so bad. Okay? I actually didn't remember that. I in my mind, I had this conception of like, oh yeah, Ariana Grande, Black Scent, that's definitely a thing that she did. I guess like whether it was self-preservation or just me trying to protect myself from the cringe, I lessened the severity of how bad her Black Scent actually was. It's unlistenable, dude.
I'm like, bitch, that's my cookie. That's my juice, okay? Carry on.
Has anyone said anything?
And then, now that she needs us all to believe that she's like a beautiful fairy princess or whatever, literally, like in Wicked, right? Playing Glinda. I just think it's pretty interesting that she talks like this all the time.
Welcome back to the show. It was just a lot
Oh my
of
gosh, Jimmy. Shh. I'm looking for Ari. Okay, here we go.
fantastic. This one ties it up in a bow. It's beautiful.
I'm grateful that they did that because I feel like you really get to know Glinda the way that I got to know her and to love her in order to play her. Like, you get to expand upon her backstory.
Y'all, that's pretty bad. I think I actually like... I don't like to come on YouTube and be like, oh my gosh, guys, I'm shocked. This is surprising to me. I'm shocked. When I was researching for that Iggy Azalea video, I was genuinely shocked by how bad Ariana Grande's Black Scent was. Yeah, she was really walking around posting things like this on social media, completely getting away with it, and then dropping it. So, actually, I would say mikayla nogueira's accent, which, by the way, I have like multiple points on that, is nothing like Ariana Grande. mikayla nogueira is not being racist by having a strange manner of speaking, but this is racist and bad. So I just want to throw that out there, that was at least twice as bad as I actually remembered it being. So insane. Someone said, yo, this is not code switching. Well, okay. You can't code switch into AAVE if you're not black. So I just want to throw that out there right quick. That's never going to be code switching. Just so y'all know. I'm agreeing with you heavy on that one. It's not code switching. I don't care. I don't care. I have like, how to word this? I think that the way people talk is based on so many things that are subconscious. And then also, obviously, you learn to talk by the people around you, right? There are definitely people who are non-black who may even sound like Ariana Grande did in these videos. And I'm not going to even really be offended. I'm not going to feel any kind of way, right? However, those same people aren't then turning around, getting these major film roles where they have to play characters that are supposed to come across as like light and dainty and all this other stuff. And now you drop anything that was being associated with blackness. So yeah, no, there's always discussions to be had about code switching or just the people that you grow up around and why people talk the way they do. But that's not what's happening here. That's not what's happening here. Someone said code switching to a code she was never a part of. Yeah, like, what do you mean? Someone said, hi, YouTube. I'm not recording yet, but I will be. It'll be really fun. It'll be really fun. It depends on who the person hangs out with that influences accents. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Someone said, I grew up just outside of Boston, and Mikayla's accent is just funny to hear. It's not insane like Ariana. Yeah, hold on. I don't want to spoil my video, but my main point on, I think, Mikayla, actually, here's a good sample of what this video is going to come across with. There are a bunch of things in here with Mikayla Nogueira that I just don't support, right? Obviously, like selling people foundation and then using wild filters on it so that people are not getting what you're telling them they're going to get is wrong, right? Those aren't things where I'm going to sit down and be like, oh, actually both sides or whatever. Influencers lying to you should be called out, right? When it does come to things like The Voice or whatever, I am more of the approach of like, people are annoyed with what they feel like is inauthentic. And I think it's not necessarily Mikayla's accent so much as her entire way of speaking that seems to fluctuate a lot between her videos. I'm not saying that nobody from Boston would say car pots instead of car parts, because I don't think that that's a good thing. I don't think that's accurate, right? But it's more so just like the inauthenticity that is sort of rubbing people the wrong way. But like, I know for sure, and this is probably something I'll just talk about here in the live instead of in the video, she gets a lot of, are y'all familiar with the term like bee eating crackers? It's kind of a really funny term, but it's like pretty useful. Oh wow, this is actually on Wiktionary. I mean, that's not impressive because literally anybody can add anything to Wiktionary. But essentially, the bee eating cracker scenario, not bee as in bumblebee, but as a euphemism for the misogynistic slur, is that it's from the implication that the speaker's dislike of the target is so intense that they could cause the speaker offense by merely eating crackers, first attested in the 2010s. What I'm getting at here is like, some people online are so consistently annoying that they cross into every single little thing about them being rage-inducing to the people following them. And that is definitely where Mikayla with an N, where Mikayla Nogueira is at this point. I am not really trying to approach this with like a bee eating crackers thing. I'm more so just like, I have really strong opinions about influencers misleading their audience. Okay. I have really strong opinions about constantly and consistently lying about things that are easily disproven. I mean, you shouldn't lie about things even if they're not easily disproven, but the actual gall to lie about things that we can see with our own eyes is insane. So I'm going to be coming at that pretty hard, right? Just a lot of things about the way she interacts with people or accounts who are smaller than her or people who have less privilege than she does. That's a major thing that I'm going to be tackling. But like, this sort of idea that like, oh, actually anything that has ever annoyed anybody that Mikayla Nogueira has ever done, let's talk about it right now because she's just so annoying and rage inducing, whatever. That will be performative on my part because the truth of the matter is I don't care about her that much. I care about the things that I mentioned because I think these things need to be called out and they deserve to be called out. But like that deeper level of Mikayla Nogueira snark, I will leave that to the people who are invested. Does that track? Does that track? Someone said, is Megamind the reason you're bald? I mean, Megamind is a really big inspiration for me. I say that a lot. By the way, D'Angelo, we were officially notified before the live was 2 minutes from ending this time. I do not understand YouTube, the algorithms like methodology on when to send out or when not to send out notifications. I see people mentioning Brad Mondo. Listen. Brad Mondo. I am actually struggling to name people in the beauty community right now. Like James Charles, I don't really follow nowadays. Though while I was doing research for this Mikayla video, I was in beauty drama spaces and I saw people mentioning James Charles and I was like, yo, his thumbnails are crazy. Maybe this will be my last point right here. James Charles. I can't believe that we're here now. It's really sad. Sad, bad, and mad. Okay, here we go. So these are his thumbnails from 5 years ago. I remember these thumbnails right here. They're just thumbnails, right? I don't think these are necessarily bad in any way, you know, they whatever. This person contrasted that to his thumbnails now, and it's like, dear Lord, I didn't realize how bad. I didn't realize how bad we had it. This is awful. Okay, this level of like brain rot, clearly trying to appeal to children, sort of like overstimulating, hard to. And also, I sort of realized too that like this is not a complete point or whatever, but I'm pretty sure that almost all of James Charles' current audience is children. I don't have his demographics, I can't prove this, but like, I'm almost positive. I've definitely been on the platform long enough. I definitely have followed enough creators to know when somebody is absolutely targeting children with their content. And I'm like, dude, somebody said the Mr. Beast, if he made beauty content. Yeah, no, because that's the thing too. Well, I feel like the elephant in the room, if you will. Mr. Beast tells us a lot about like, oh, you can do these things to like improve your retention and improve your click-through rate and all these things that don't matter to viewers because viewers only care about whether you're uploading good videos. But what he doesn't say is like, these are all really just tactics to manipulate children into watching your content. Mr. Beast will not have 500 million followers. Did you know that he has almost 500 million followers, by the way? Not an exaggeration. I can't spell. Not an exaggeration. Obviously, I don't believe for a second that all of these are real accounts. But yeah, he literally has 461 million subscribers at this point. You wouldn't be there if you were not like an expert in mass manipulation of these kids and their attention spans and stuff like that. But yeah, to see James Charles play into that is very deeply unsurprising. 461 million subscribers. I mean, even if literally half of his accounts are bots, what do you mean you have 200 million subscribers? Even if 75% of his accounts are bots, what do you mean you have over 100 million people following your videos? That's insane. It's really, really, really just wild. But yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of most people doing this sort of like engagement bait thing. And then I'm also definitely like, I can't speak to most people in the beauty community because I don't follow it. And that's not my main goal. I more so see Mikayla as interesting to talk about just as an influencer. All right. So I had to stop and check for myself. Yeah, no, I feel like the last time I ever thought about Mr. Beast, he had like over 100 million for sure. But when I saw that it was almost 500 million, I was like, am I missing something? I didn't. What? Someone said, why is his mouth open in each one? Oh my gosh, dude. The epidemic of like shocked face thumbnails is so cringe. Now, granted, listen, I pull my thumbnail faces from my actual video. So you may see me sometimes like mid-speech or something like that. I doubt I have my mouth closed in all my thumbnails. However, I'm not literally sitting there thinking to myself like, oh, I need to open my mouth for engagement on this video. That's odd. That's strange. I don't like it. Not a big fan. Anyways. All right, well, I think that's enough waffling. I think that is enough going back and forth. Let me pull up my second monitor, and then we can get started on this mikayla nogueira topic. Man. Actually, I'm trying to think of how to say this. Do y'all mind if I'm late a little bit? Do y'all mind if I'm like 2 or 3 minutes late? No, this might take me 5 minutes to explain properly, but like work with me. I got my world rocked by that Blake Lively thing that happened. I've talked about this already on stream. I'm not going to go back into it, but essentially like kind of realizing what I did already definitely know, which is like people pick women on the internet to hate and and it's sometimes authentic, sometimes inauthentic. I think the thing is like why I was still fine with Blake Lively video is because the things I was saying in there were true. Okay, having a plantation wedding isn't good at your big age when you know everyone in the United States knows what a plantation is and you shouldn't have your wedding there. Having a bunch of transphobic comments, not good, right? Even just the way that the movie was being promoted or used as marketing opportunities, and then people were showing up and feeling triggered by domestic violence content. Not good things. So that's definitely not a thing where I'm like, oh guys, actually, I'm sorry for criticizing Blake Lively. I never should have done that. However, seeing the extent of PR behind that, of Justin Baldoni's people being like, oh yeah, everyone's going to hate this and this is going to work out. It's going to be driving essentially the hate campaign against this one person. And then that actually did happen. And part of that was me uploading a video, not with negative intentions and not me trying to be a misogynist or anything like that. When it does come to people like Mikayla Nogueira, no matter how actually problematic they are, I now always have a little, I can't turn off the little, it's just like a fly behind me. That's like, what if this is all a misogynistic hate campaign? And then I'm like, but hold on a second. Like, it's still worth talking about things though. Obviously, you're going to see the vast majority of what I'm talking about is like this person misleading her audience. That's not a good thing, right? But sometimes I don't know, it's hard to turn it off. And so I've been trying to be much, much, much better about just like making sure I'm approaching things with the appropriate level of ire/care that they deserve, right? Because I am also somebody who uploads videos about people like Elon Musk or, really reprehensible people who have like groomed people or this, that, the other. I've actually been trying to change my tone a lot in videos. I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I personally feel like things have been a lot more lighthearted lately because I've been thinking, even though Mikayla scamming and lying to people for the last 5 years, or rather her entire career, is like really bad and annoying, it would still be pretty disingenuous for me to present this to you as if I think I hate this person. Everybody on TikTok hates Mikayla Nogueira. I hate her. And, I don't. I don't. And I also really don't want to give the impression that I do. There's just such a big difference in my mind between having strong, sharp criticism for somebody and I guess just playing into, hey, let's obsessively follow this person. But I'm sorry, because I realize as I'm talking, I'm kind of talking in circles. This is not a very well thought out point. But yeah, I don't know. It's important to me to note that, like, people are still pretty misogynistic in their discussion about her. I'm not including this point in my video because I feel like it takes away from the other things I'm saying, or it's going to read really poorly to people as if I am trying to say misogyny somehow excuses valid criticism. But no, it's really bad. People are misogynistic in their discussion of almost any woman who is annoying to them online. It just so quickly devolves into a level of scrutiny that absolutely 100% would not apply. And I have definitely talked about enough people online to know that, like, if Mikayla Nogueira was a man, no one would be paying this much attention, I guess. But, like, it's just such a hard... Like, I put my thumb... This hoodie has, like, little fingerless glove holders, and I put my hands in there, and I feel so, like... I don't know. But yeah, no, that's an ill-formed thought. It's an ill-formed thought. Someone said please include it in the video. Okay, if I can figure out how to say it a little bit better by the end of the video, then I will say it's not, I don't know. I just get really burned out. I get really burned out in spaces like, because the thing is, like, to talk about these topics, I have to dive into spaces where people are discussing this, right? I have to see why people are upset. Otherwise, I'm not going to have good commentary. Because if I'm coming in from the outside, somebody who doesn't know anybody about, or someone who doesn't know anything about, like, makeup or whatever, if I'm not actually seeing why people are bothered by these things, I'm going to sound super surface level. I have to be able to absorb some of y'all's feedback, right? So when I'm absorbing this feedback, I'm like, oh, filters are misleading because of foundation. I don't really know what foundation is, but I do understand at this point that if you are promoting a foundation to somebody, but you put a filter on the video, then they're going to think that you're getting a smoothing effect from the product that is actually coming from the digital filter that you've applied. So I have to read really granular comments. But then when I'm also seeing people talking about like, oh, her body, oh, she's actually so ugly in real life, oh, she doesn't look anything like she does in her pictures, and this, that, the other. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. Or like when it's Ariana Grande, again, so it's like, okay, I want to talk about Ariana Grande because I think it's important to talk about the things that she's doing, but then it's getting into like, oh, she is like, I don't even want to say the things that people say about Ariana Grande. I don't even want to say the things that people say about her because it's actually pretty crazy stuff. And I'm like, I thought it wasn't cool to sit around and talk about people's bodies and pick apart every single thing that they do. I don't know. And it's the same thing with every single person. Katy Perry, I remember when everybody disliked Katy Perry, as they should, because the things that she was doing were really bad. They were awful, but definitely just kind of seeing the whole thing turn into essentially like, oh, you're 40 and someone's mom, just go away forever. You're not hot anymore. I don't know, man. And I genuinely apologize if this comes across as a defense of celebrities. I'm not a shill for these people. I don't care about these people because I don't know them. I just get rocked diving into these spaces and trying to resurface for air without making sure I'm not just repeating a bunch of misogynistic trash at you because I know that it sells. I know that if I made a video where I'm really actually genuinely dunking on mikayla nogueira and I'm being really nasty and ugly, that many of you would permit it. Like that's actually kind of awful. It's pretty awful. It's not cool, man. It's not cool. It's not cool. I don't know. Because then I start thinking about it intersectionally. And that's when I really feel like I'm too lost in the sauce. Because I'm like, I don't want people holding me to a different standard. Also, since I'm already ranting, like, people do hold me to a different standard than other commentary creators. And it's not something that I talk about online a lot because I don't want to come across as a whiny baby. I don't think that that's a cool thing to do. However, other commentary creators making the same points that I do don't often get hit with the same backlash that I get hit with, of being like, oh, he's on a moral high horse, or you know what I mean? He's like, know-it-all is kind of like the one I get a lot. And I'm like, well, that's pretty interesting to me because, like, first of all, offending people because you are confident in what you're saying is hilarious. But if you really, really do unpick the he is condescending or superior thing that people kind of hit me with a lot, you are quite literally saying that I have a place and you think that I should stay in it and should not rise above it. Y'all don't realize that when y'all click into a lot of white creators' videos, y'all just start believing the things that they say automatically. And that's not your fault. That is literally because there is like a lot of social credibility attached to whiteness that I have never had the benefit of going into my videos with. Does that make sense? And I know it's like, I know people are going to be like, oh my gosh, here it is. We knew all along. He was just like a whiny little person making. I don't care if you think that I'm wrong. I can just tell from looking at the way people react to the things that I say and the way people react to the things other people say. I stay very level-headed about it. I don't really hold the average individual responsible for the fact that, like, I feel like I'm constantly fighting against a really subtle but pretty insidious form of racism anytime I talk about anything on the internet, where I'm always having to back up everything that I'm saying. I still will do that regardless, because I think it's important to have sources and stuff for that. But like, I also have to do it because a lot of y'all are really racist. Commentary is so white. It's insane, actually. I'm not the only valid commentary creator who is black, but when I think about how I have maybe some of the most followers among that group. And it's largely because I'm constantly paranoid that if I don't back up everything I'm saying, people are not going to listen to me. I think of the other smaller creators than me who also have really great, amazing videos that nobody was going to listen to because they're not presenting it in a way that was palatable to everybody. Does that make sense? And so when I start thinking about that, I start thinking like, even though there's definitely valid things to critique me about, for sure, or whatever, there's also just a lot of racism because a lot of y'all be really racist while espousing leftist views on things, which is wild. Could not be me personally. Well, it is though. It is me also because it's really easy to do this. And that is why I just get super, super paranoid sometimes when I'm making my like 5th video about like, oh, this woman online, people are mad at her. And I don't always see the clear line between, yes, we should talk about influencers misleading people because it's not a good thing. But like at the same time, y'all despise women on a level that is unfathomable to me. And some people are not happy unless they're seeing some woman get put back in her place, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I'm really putting my foot in my mouth here. But these things have been on my mind for a while. That was some of the stuff that I had to work through while I was gone. While I was away for 14 months, I was really thinking about the fact that like, the fact that I feel like I can't even say these things publicly is a large part of the problem. Because that's why these things go unaddressed. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But like, that's the end of my disclaimer. I'm not taking it back. I'm not going to talk about it in circles. I said what I said. And that's on period. That's on period. Someone said it's a valid paranoia. People want to jump on anyone to prove that they're the best race, best gender, etc., etc. That's the thing too. That's the thing. Like I said this before in my Milo Winter video, which I thought came out really well. I really enjoyed the way we were able to talk about that without me feeling like, oh, hey, let's all dunk on this one person who did something. It's much more interesting to talk about commentary topics because the underlying issue of the underlying issue is important, right? It's important to fully disclose your ads. It's important not to mislead people, etc. It's a lot less fun to me to go into commentary topics and see, oh, the underlying issue here is that y'all are really giddy because somebody's about to lose their career. The underlying issue here, despite the fact that it also happens to have a lot of crossover with things that are important, is that like, this is your popcorn, strap me in, buckle me up. And I'm like, ooh, but why are the targets always the same? And why is this energy never applied to people who actually need to lose their careers? Even though mikayla and nogueira definitely needs major intervention. But anyways, I'm done. Let's go. I pulled up my second monitor. I'm gonna go ahead and log in and we're gonna start. So thank you for talking about this. Yeah, major lack of recognition in terms of intersectionality and what's creating these racist, misogynistic groups on the internet. It's not just that. I agree with you for sure. I think it's also just like, hold on, because I feel like we're already here. I don't believe in leftist infighting. I'm going to say that right now. I believe the whole construct of leftist infighting is something created by it's a psyop as far as I'm concerned. I think we should spend no energy actually wasting time over semantics and this, that, the other. And we should spend all of our energy united against forces that are trying to oppress us, right? That definitely doesn't mean that I, as a minority within the leftist space, or spaces that espouse themselves to be leftist, like commentary, this form of commentary that we do, it doesn't mean I don't have some critique. It doesn't mean I don't have some feedback, y'all. I have some feedback sometimes. I think like when you get so into this idea that like it is genuinely you versus the world, it is you versus everybody, because you are not a conservative, you are not a Trump supporter, right? You're not transphobic, you're not overtly racist, and you're not all these things. So obviously it's like all of us in this together, and like I'm being pulled into this huddle, and I'm like, hold on a second, because there's a lot of things here that we didn't even unpack. Who are you listening to? Who are you like doing this for? Let's kind of examine some of the root causes here. So this is not an argument against solidarity. It's more so just like in the interest of never wanting to sound like that one guy who's complaining about everybody who has essentially the same opinions as I do for not having them in the same way. Even I would still say, like, there's so many times where I'm on the outside looking in and I'm just like, man, y'all are being bigoted. Even though we're all here together having fun in a supposedly non-right-wing space, we are all sitting around holding hands, participating in misogyny, racism, xenophobia. And I'm just like, man, transphobia. I've seen that one too. Has anybody seen disproportionate backlash against trans people? Because sometimes I'd be seeing that and I'm just thinking to myself, like, fam, this is not it. This is not it. This is not it. Someone said woke scolding is distracting. People don't have to be perfect, just moving in the same direction. Yeah, no. Someone said, as a non-Christian, I often face bigotry in leftist spaces. There's so many different ways. That's the thing too. Because it's like, you can have essentially the right intentions, but that certainly is not going to mean you have finished your journey. I'm constantly having to learn to make sure that like I'm not still being an op. It's so easy to be an op in this society. Oh my gosh, it's like built in. You know what I mean? It's just not it. It's not it. It's truly not it. Someone said, oh my God, when liberal men joke about conservative or not leftist enough women being abused and I'm expected to not react poorly. Yeah, no. Yeah. Like when you are still doing things at the expense of minority groups, it doesn't actually matter what your intention is. And that's just true. Like, I think a really good example is, wait. Y'all thought you were going to clock me by me pulling up an example that someone's going to clip out of context. I'm not going to mention an example, but I will say, I've seen people say the most heinous, like genuinely rooted in bigotry things towards bigots that leave me reeling. I'm over here like, oh no, why am I catching strays as a black person? Because you're trying to dunk really hard on this black conservative. Why did I just catch a stray as a non-binary person? Because you're trying to dunk really hard on some aspect of this person's, I don't know. And then I'm not a woman, right? That's the thing about me, is that I'm not a woman. That's the thing about me. But like, sometimes I feel like I'm catching misogyny strays as well. Because I'm like, why did I just get like, boom, misogynist? Because we're all trying to be really mean to J.K. Rowling. There, I said it. I was dancing around an example. And I said it. I'm just going to say it. Like, you should be so mean to J.K. Rowling. I think you should devote a large portion of your energy to doing so. But like, should I be wading through jokes about her being like abused or worse, etc., and just me trying to find people condemning horrible transphobia? No, because then all of a sudden it's not actually about J.K. Rowling anymore. That's the thing. Like, I feel like the easiest way to pick this apart is to be like, oh, well, you're defending. I'm not defending anybody. I just don't want to read. Someone said L take. Oh, no, wait, hold on. I love this. I love this idea that it's an L take. I love this idea that this is an L take. Here's my L take that I'm not going to back down on. I have genuinely seen people celebrate the idea of like, these horrible things have happened. For example, we're going to make jokes about, she should have been silenced, or I wish somebody would like shut her up, or this, that, the other. I've seen people, because J.K. Rowling has talked in the past about like experiencing, I believe, like rape, if I'm not mistaken. And I've seen people genuinely talk about like just the worst, absolute worst takes imaginable in their attempt to dunk on the transphobe. And I'm like, dunking on the transphobe is not the point of calling out J.K. Rowling. It's actually to condemn transphobia. That's the point. And if in your, I guess, effort to do this, or your journey to quote unquote condemn transphobia, you are now in turn excusing a bunch of things that also still affect marginalized groups, I can't be over here agreeing with that. I'm not trying to make this sound like this is a bigger take than it is. I'm not saying that this is a majority opinion. I'm not saying that this is a leftist infighting issue, because it's not. Okay? It isn't. This isn't something that even 90% of us are doing. It's just something that I encounter enough to have an opinion on. And so it's kind of the same thing when I'm doing research for an influencer and I want to tell y'all, oh, she is, misleading people and she's this, that, the other. But then I'm having to sort through comments about like, actually, she's fat and she's ugly and she's a C word and this, that, the other. I'm like, y'all are calling. What is going on here? I saw somebody call Mikayla Nogueira. They changed her name from Mikayla to C word. And I'm like, dude, I can't be here on the internet taking that energy and signal boosting it to y'all and being like, oh yeah, she's such a, you know what? I'm a man. As a man, I don't think I should be here telling you that this woman is an absolute B. Just hate her, dude. She's so annoying. Just go away forever. Screw you. It still reads as a little weird to me personally. But anyways, J.K. Rowling, the sooner I never hear from her, the better. And also, she's actively a threat to trans people because she takes the money that she gets and then invests it against their well-being. So don't ever for a second think that I'm like, oh, we need to like take our foot off the gas. We need to take our foot off the pedal. We need to stop stepping on their necks. No, we should all be even meaner to J.K. Rowling. Actually, we should cancel the new Harry Potter reboot. I have really extreme opinions. We should cancel everything that has to do with her getting money, this, that, the other. I just get real darn burnt out as any kind of minority or marginalized person diving into any sort of space and encountering bigotry, because it makes me tired. It makes me eepy. I open it and I get blasted with crazy stuff and I'm like, oh, actually, I don't want to do the internet anymore. Anyways. Reading. Some of nostalgia isn't worth human lives. Yeah, no. Dude, screw the Harry Potter reboot and everybody involved in it except the kids. Babies are babies. The kids are fine. I don't really care about what they're doing. But yeah, no, the fact that we're like, hold on. Here's an L take for you. Y'all couldn't wait until she died. How old is J.K. Rowling? I'm going to be so honest with you. I don't care how this even sounds. I don't even care how this sounds right now. I feel like if y'all had just given it, I don't know, we're still going to remember Harry Potter in like 20 years. And J.K. Rowling's not going to live forever. I genuinely feel like y'all really should have just sat on that one. Y'all should have just put that one on the burner. Hold on. Oh, I'm typing in the wrong keyboard right now. Bro, she's 60. Now listen. All I'm saying is she ain't finna live forever. All I'm saying is if it's like, oh, beloved children's author J.K. Rowling has died, and also we're rebooting Harry Potter, I would be a little more excited about it. But like, I know how this is coming across, and I don't care. That's the level of me not caring about J.K. Rowling. So hopefully you will also see that, like, I don't really care about her continued comfort. I just still don't want to see insane misogyny all the time. That's just my opinion. Someone said, please don't say that 60 isn't old. Okay, no, 60 isn't old, but 80 is old though. Listen. 60 isn't old, but in 20 years, I'm still going to be kicking, and y'all can just reboot Harry Potter then. 80 is very old. Y'all are not going to sit here and tell me 80 isn't old. Anyways, that's enough. That's enough about J.K. Rowling, because before I actually genuinely get myself in trouble, and thank y'all for, like, I don't know, trying to see my point. I don't know. I hate how apologetic I am about, like, or I hate how apologetic I can be about calling things out that are important to me, but I just don't want to seem like a complainer. Ugh. I feel like it's baked into, like, so much of my... I think a lot of us as, like... I'm going to share this with you. This is coming from Whoopi Goldberg, who I am not a fan of or supporting, but a really, really, really long time ago. My mom told me this story of Whoopi Goldberg telling a story where she said she was doing something embarrassing in the car, and her mom, I think, was like, Whoopi, what are you doing? White people are looking at us. And I heard that phrase when I was like 4, of like, oh my gosh, they're looking at us. I feel like it's not white people that I'm worried about, by the way. It's literally just like anybody who is not necessarily predisposed to understanding the things I'm talking about. I'm constantly feeling like I have to manage people's expectations of me all the time. Somebody asked me to talk about Turkey Tom. Okay, here's like a really brief recap for you. A long time ago, real long time ago, I had like literally called this guy out for using slurs online. The N-word, hard R, whole 9 yards. And a bunch of people in commentary got really mad at me. They actually got really pissed off at me and were making like response videos about like D'Angelo is ruining this kid's life because he said that actually being anti-Semitic and using slurs is bad. That happened. That genuinely happened to me. I'm not lying. I'm not trying to mislead y'all or anything like that. And that was pretty early on in my career as well, of me saying like, oh, hey, slurs are bad and these things are bad. And then just having a pretty vocal portion of people come out of the woodwork and be like, shut up, first of all. Why are you speaking right now? So as much as I've tried to learn and grow, as a person, I'm always telling myself to shut up. Because I'm like, shh, white people are looking at us. It's exhausting. It's not something that I blame white people for. And like, I feel like even just in general, I know people can get really edgy when they hear, or like put on edge when they hear black people or non-white people talking about white people. It's literally not any one individual person that I'm worried about. That's not the issue, because I don't have issues against a group of people. However, whiteness as a construct, like as an actual social construct that exists and often works against me, is real. And I'm always just trying not to offend it, because I have this really messed up leftover and incorrect idea that like that's how I get ahead, by just never pissing off the hand that's feeding me. But then I have to remind myself, but what does that mean when I'm the one who's been feeding myself this entire time? I'm feeding y'all. Hello? And that's why y'all are never going to see me turn into a Candace Owens. Because when you get so worried about like, oh gosh, non-black people are perceiving me, a minority, I don't ever want anybody, I don't ever want y'all to hate me. I can't ever say anything that's important to me, because I would rather, that's how y'all turn into Candace Owens. And then it's like, no. Someone said I feel that pressure every day too. Well, thank you for saying it. Thank you for making me feel less alone. I know it's not just me. I genuinely know it's not just me. But yeah, no, like, and again, the intersectionality is what I think about too, because it's like me being black or whatever is not a 1-1 analog for me being any sort of other thing, right? Being a woman is a good example, right? I don't know what it's like to be a woman. Okay. However, I definitely know what it feels like to be like, oh gosh, everyone's looking at me and I have to perform a certain way. Otherwise, the social structure that has a lot more power than me is going to punish me. I see that a lot from women talking about things. And so even though that's not something where I can be like, oh, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Because when I was 12, I was a boy. So I don't know what you mean. But like, I still feel like I understand you though. I'm rocking with what you're saying. And so I see people saying like, oh, it's a green flag, or I appreciate this take, or whatever. Yeah, but don't give me any credit for the bare minimum. My bare minimum is literally like, I just want to try to understand where people are coming from and just play in this minefield that is talking about things online without pissing people off all the time. Anyway, someone said, are you non-binary, or can we call you Papa? Don't call me Papa, because I'm very much not Papa material, but you can refer to me as a man, even though I am non-binary. I'm a non-binary man. I'm reading. Someone said, I'm glad you're saying that, because I truly think some people have no idea that others are impacted in that way. Yeah. Someone says, even worse when you're black and trans mask. Yeah. It's important for minority groups to speak out for each other. You can't challenge the grip white society holds on everything without making things unforgivable. Yeah, exactly. Someone said, can we call you Unc? You can call me Unc because I'm 27, so I can't fight back against that, or I'm just gonna look more like an Unc. Someone said, what about single mother? No, I would not be a good single mother. Can someone say, can you explain why, please? Wait, what do you want me to explain? Why I think I wouldn't be a good father? What pronouns are you most comfortable with? He, him. Those are the ones I use. Wait, I can explain real fast why I wouldn't be a good father. I can explain really fast. Someone say, you in foreign Fridays? Oh, I'm a big fan of foreign, actually. I'm not gonna announce anything or put my foot in my mouth, but all I'm saying is I'm a big fan of foreign, and if you are a big fan of foreign and a big fan of me, you should keep your eyes peeled. I'm not announcing anything though. Maybe you'll ask me what I meant by this a month later, and I'll be like, I didn't even say that. But all I'm saying is like, y'all like foreign's content? Y'all like foreign's content? Y'all like my content? Because something might happen. I can't say what, because the truth of the matter is like nothing is set in stone. But anyways, no, okay. Let me explain though why I would be a horrible father. Because deep down in my heart, like truly, just like the lasso of truth from Wonder Woman wrapped around me, compelling the truth from me. Do I think that I am a self-sacrificing person? No. And that is why I would be a terrible father. I think that when push really comes to shove, and when I'm being completely honest with myself, I tend towards trying to be as comfortable as possible. Now, granted, I'm still going to do uncomfortable things if they seem right to me, for sure. It doesn't matter. I'll get over it and we'll all live. But yeah, no, I think having a kid for me, or the way I would want to have a kid, I would truly want to be somebody who, when push came to shove, it was that person first, because I brought them into this world, and that's how the best parents are. They really are. That's how my mom was. Like, I was really put first in ways that, if I'm being honest with you, I would never put somebody first. I would never prioritize somebody the way my mom prioritized me. I don't even know why she did that. I was not worth it. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't even understand how much of a sacrifice she made for me until I was much older than a child. So yeah, no, I don't think that I'm a bad person, because, by the way, there's no moral component to wanting or not wanting children at all. And I'm also really not trying to make it seem like, oh, if you are child free, for example, you lack the empathy required to raise a child. Not where I'm going with that, because that's false. What I'm saying is, me personally, this dude over here, I can't do it. I can't do it. And that's why I'm not gonna have a kid personally. personally. That's just on me. Someone said, good. I don't recommend Parenthood for everyone. It's not meant for everyone. Speaking as a mother myself and family law attorney. Whoa. Yeah. Ooh, family law. That's scary. Because some of the things that I'm sure you have to help people work through. Nah, fam. Nah, fam. Some say, okay, people are saying I'm worth it. I appreciate it. But like, the thing is, like, anytime you see me doing well online and you think to yourself like, oh, D'Angelo is thriving, or anytime you see me working really hard and you're like, oh, D'Angelo streamed for like 12 hours today and it was lit or whatever. 12 hours in a day? No, D'Angelo streamed for 12 hours in a week. Just know that my mom has worked harder than any of you could even imagine. I think the thing is, like, that applies to most moms for sure. But like, this is actually a good segue into the video topic that I'm now talking about like 32 minutes late. Like, is something about moms for real, or my mom specifically. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I just know I would have folded. There's so many scenarios that she really truly did help me get through. If I was the adult in that scenario, I would have just been like, you know what? Let Jesus take the wheel, or maybe you could figure this out. I know you're only 12, but yeah, no, that's just me. Someone said it depends on the mom and their support system. Yeah, exactly. Moms are a complicated topic. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Actually, I don't think I've ever even said this on the stream, but people are way too weird about family. They're like, oh, family comes first. Family is like this really sacred and important thing. And actually, it comes across as really invalidating to people who might have legitimate issues with their family. I'm not that guy. If you're like, actually, bro, you never met my mom, but she was not it, I'm going to be like, you know what? I choose to believe you. I believe you. And I'm not saying like, oh, you have to be nice or this, that, the other. I'm just going truly off of my one experience. I'm not applying to other people. That's just me though. But yeah, y'all want to cut your parents off? You should totally do it. I'm such a big advocate for cutting off your parents. It's hilarious. You should do it just to see how they react. And then you could even like uncut them off. Just be like, oh, sorry, mom. I'm going no contact. And then you just be like, just kidding. But like, see how she reacted. Just kidding. Don't do that. That's not good. That's manipulative. Okay. Enough. I've devolved into enough nonsense. I said that I had my second monitor pulled up and I still didn't have it pulled up. Hold on. Projection settings. Boo. Okay. Let's go. Oh, I can't find my second monitor. Uh-oh. I was about to cast all these weird things to somebody else's TV. I don't even know whose TV this is. Okay, wait. Hold on. I can't do this without a second monitor, y'all. I can't do it. Someone said W active fathers. Oh, wait, can we talk about fathers for a second while I try to pull this monitor up? I find it hilarious how and this is a really tired point that I don't have enough research or anything to back up, but it's really funny to me that like mothers are like, oh yes, or just people who gave birth to their children are like, yes, I gave birth to this person and I stayed at home and I did all of these things to take care of them and I got them through the first, whatever. And then like a dad will change a diaper and it's like, let's talk about Father of the Year. And that's really funny to me. It's just really funny to me. I've seen it happen in real life. I've literally seen people be like, oh my gosh, like, wow, what a good father, because like your daughter knows your name and has conversations with you. And I'm like, what's the alternative? It's really funny. It's really funny to me. But that's just something I've noticed from the outside. I don't have good or strong opinions on that personally. Someone said when the dad is babysitting. Yeah, bro, that's your child. What do you mean you're babysitting? You can't babysit your own children. It's wild. It's truly wild to me. Someone said my brother-in-law, and it makes me so mad for my sister. Yeah, no, it's so common. It is so common. People are like, oh, good dad. Or they'll be like, girl dad, which I have like also really mixed opinions on. Because some people just say that girl dad means that you just have daughters. And that's fine. That's a thing that you can be for sure. But a lot of people say girl dad as in like, oh yeah, he's a dad, but he actually like his daughter doesn't hate him because he's not horrible to her. And I'm like, we need a term for that? Wild, bro. Wild. It's kind of wild to me personally. But again, like, I don't want to speak too much on things that I don't know about because I'm just a dummy. I'm just a dum-dum. Dude, my second monitor is screwed right now. I'm trying so hard. I'm trying so hard to start this for y'all. Hold on. You know what the funny thing is? My second monitor is not a monitor. It's, look, I've shown it before. It's a whole little computer. I thought that I was really smart. I thought that it was, I thought that it was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have a little tablet as my second monitor. That way what? And now when I want to connect to it, I can't because my computer is acting dumb. As dumb as I was when I thought it would be smart to buy a whole tablet instead of literally just a second monitor. Oh my gosh, I'm mad. I'm mad. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Listen, hold on. We did pretty well this week in terms of technical difficulties. I've edited all the videos that you've seen thus far, so I've had to comb through all of my annoying, awful, extended periods of technical difficulties, and I have noticed them getting shorter and shorter and shorter. But here we are on a Saturday afternoon. For me, it might be later or earlier for y'all. And I'm like so stuck right now. Hold on. I'm going to get through it though. We're going to get through this. I'm going to turn off the computer. I'm going to turn it back on. Someone said search USB-C external monitor. I should, but I don't even have time to like, it's not plugged in via USB-C. I'm using, you can't even see that, so I don't know what I'm doing. But I'm using screen mirroring is what it's called. And it has not failed me yet. I've been live for like kind of a while at this point. And I don't have a keyboard. I don't have a keyboard for this device right here. So, hold on. Some said such a fun segment of the stream. I mean, as long as it doesn't happen too often, I feel like it's not too bad. Hold on. I'm going to long hold wireless display and close it. Okay, so I've closed wireless display on this computer. Now, I'm going to reopen it. Closing and reopening solves so many of my problems so often. Wait, what if we're not on the same Wi-Fi network? But that doesn't make sense because I don't even have multiple Wi-Fi networks. So make that make sense. Okay, so now I'm searching for myself again. Man. This is so lame. Here, look, I'll show y'all what I'm rocking with. Okay. So you can't see because the chat is covering it. See down here, you cannot read this. I promise you can't read this, but it's like 65-inch TV. I don't know whose TV that is. LG TV. That's not my TV either. I live in an apartment complex. It should have a third thing right there that says like stream surface. You know what? Let's restart everything. Not my main computer. This is also why I have two computers. I know before, a lot of y'all were making fun of me for having a complex streaming setup. A lot of y'all were like, hee hee ha ha. Oh, this is funny. This is funny that he thinks he needs to stream from two different computers. How many streamers do you know can restart their computer without restarting the stream? Who do you even know who can do that? My computer is rebooting right now. And I'm still live because I have a different computer. So That's why I separated those concerns out. Someone said disconnect Wi-Fi and tablet. Okay, well, the tablet's turning back on, so I'm going to do that. This is exciting. Somebody said, what happened? Me being 81 minutes into the stream without starting because I was ranting about intersectionality in leftist spaces and then having technical difficulties, and then also parents and why I think I would be a terrible father. All right, let's see. All right. All right, we in. We so back. Okay, so my one computer's back on. Wait, if this is a computer, and my PC is also a computer, and the thing that I'm streaming from is also a computer, do I technically have a 3-computer setup? Maybe 3 computers is kind of stupid. But listen. I am a unique individual with unique needs. Okay. Projection settings part 2. I promise you I'm going to get this online. Like, if I have to stream without a second monitor, I'll do it. But then you are all going to see my outlines. And my outlines are ugly. I don't want y'all to see my outline. I really, really don't. Okay, hold on. I'm going to launch the wireless display app. And then I'm going to... Available displays. This is... I can't change the Wi-Fi. You know what? I'm going to have to stream from one monitor. It's okay. Y'all are just going to have to see my outline. I'm kind of embarrassed by my outlines because, like, they seem really, 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 really minimal. Here. It's time to get over this insecurity of mine. This is my outline right here. Hold on. Let me make it bigger. F11. Wait, that's not the right thing. This is my outline right here for mikayla Nogueira. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. You may look at this and think to yourself, like, how is he gonna do any sort of like stream? Like, this doesn't look like any work. It looks like he's just going into this without work. When I tell y'all, this is actually so much research, okay? This right here, even though it's not labeled, is my intro. This is the part where I tell y'all, hey, mikayla Nogueira is this person online, and people have been following her and talking about her for years. I open up here, right here. I've got this Time article all about it. You know what I mean? There she is. Obviously, I'm not saying she's Jeffree Star levels, but if you're in Time magazine, you must be a guy, right? Not a guy, but like a known person. And then going back to the outline, hold on. It's like, and then I'm going to talk about, hey, people have been talking about her for years. Oh my gosh, it's me. People have been talking about her for years. And this is why I can't possibly get into all of her drama. And then for every single thing on this tier list, this is a separate original source that I have commentary for. So even though this just says 519 original backlash apology, and you're like, this is literally 4 words. Is so much. This is the part where I tell y'all all about her initial statement, which rubbed people the wrong way at the height of the pandemic, when she said that everybody should try being an influencer because it's such a hard job, and nobody was a fan of that. Everyone disliked that, to quote a popular meme. That's the part where next, where it says backlash, I'm gonna get into people not rocking with it, right? We're gonna talk about her apology that she had for it as well. I feel like this one little line right here is like 5 or 6 minutes of content. And then for each of these, I have separate sources. And by the way, a lot of y'all, it's funny because the main thing that I'm going to criticize her for is like saying being an influencer is really hard or whatever. It's not easy to do commentary the way that I do it, because what some of y'all will do. Here, let me show you what some of y'all would do. Yes, I'm making fun of some of y'all right now. mikayla Nogueira controversies. I need a long one. Oh, here we go. Kiki Chanel. I haven't watched this video because I usually do not watch videos from other people who have talked about things, because I don't want to like subconsciously rip people's stuff off. But yeah, you would pull up somebody who has the receipts, and then I'd be down here in the corner talking about Mikayla Nogueira is this is what most streamers do. This is the reason y'all not finna lump me in with these other reaction streamers. I'm not reacting, I'm actually commentating. Y'all will pull up one source, and then y'all will just sit there for like 40 minutes to an hour watching work that somebody else did. And I think that's a really lame way for me to present Mikayla Nogueira. I'm not going to filter someone else's work through a me filter just because I know that y'all are going to watch it. So I am more so that guy who I'm like, actually, let's go through my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 36 sources in this that I always individually go through every single time. Every single time. I can't just pull up Kiki Chanel's work that she did. Listen, I don't even know. I don't know too much about Kiki, at this point. But I will tell you this. This is a lot of work that she did. From one creator to another. It is not easy to have this many different sources and talk about these things for 1 hour. It would be immensely cringe for me to just absorb that work just because I'm a streamer now. We're watching streamer D'Angelo. I have to at least do as much work as the average commentary creator did just to feel good about it. Just feel good about it. I don't like reaction streams. And it's funny too. Low key, people think that it is what I'm doing, which is fine. Because when I do say like, oh, I don't just want to see people sitting in the corner talking about things, and then I switch to this screen and I'm like, hey, it's me down here. We're going to talk about these things. It kind of does look like it's just reaction content, but nah. Also, if y'all want to call something slop, call AI slop. AI content is slop, not things that real people are making. Anyways, that's quite enough. Let's get into it, yeah. All right, so I'm going to close all these sources and I'm going to hit record. All right. I asked this question before. I'm going to ask it again, and I am genuinely asking. Show of hands. Who here is familiar? No, wait. Who here is not familiar with Mikayla? I can't speak. Who here is not familiar with Mikayla Nogueira? Raise your hand, please. I actually want to know who doesn't know anything about this person. Usually, I would say, oh, well, if you know about the scenario, you might be in the minority because this is a bubble. Actually, I think this is the rare time where you might slightly be in the minority if you don't know about this person, because people have been talking about Mikayla Nogueira for years. I tell you. Hold on. All right. So, she's here in Time Magazine as one of their creators of the year last year, right? But that's not just that. I feel like reaching that level of acclaim, there's also 99 other people on this list that I cannot fault you for not knowing. However, Mikayla specifically, she and commentary videos like this one go way back. Why? Because she's been pissing people off for the last 5 years, which is almost an achievement. Hold on. All right, so in general, there I am live right now talking about her 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, right? But then we have this Film Cooper video from 2 years ago, right? Mixed in with things from 8 months ago, 1 year ago, etc. When I tell you to have this many videos from this many people, from this many different time periods, I realized I was gonna have to approach this video a little bit differently. Someone in the comments asked me, is this the lady from Instagram/reality? Someone's asking me if this is the lady who goes viral on Reddit for filtering her photos. This is the lady from everywhere. She has gone viral for scamming people or misleading them so many times at this point. I had to actually pull my top 10. I had to make a top 10 list of Mikayla Nogueira controversies to get into. And we're going to start with the one. We're going to start with the one that I think contextualizes her the best. Okay. That would be way back during the pandemic. Do y'all remember the pandemic? Who here remembers COVID? As if COVID has gone away. Way back during the pandemic, she got real pissed off at a comment that she had received, and she decided to make this video. Someone says she's a scammer. I have to be careful with how I use the word scam. Personally, I believe, this is a small digression, I believe if you're selling someone a product, but you are lying about how that product works, its efficacy, it's a scam. I consider that to be a scam. All right, so anyways, this is what Miss Nogueira had to say when somebody said Nogueira was complaining too much about having to work hard as an influencer. Oh wait, it's muted. Okay.
All right, we got Caesar salad with a little bit of Caesar dressing. You know, I'm feeling like a fucking asshole today, so I'm gonna clap back at people because I'm tired.
She's tired. Okay, hold on. I'm not going to spend the whole video making fun of the way that she speaks, even though actually the way that she speaks is one of the top 10 controversies that we're covering today. But let's just see what she has to say.
I'm so tired. Every single day, I get up at 6 a.m. I spend about 5 to 6 hours filming video content that ranges from 3 to 4 videos, and I spend a few hours editing that video content. Then I have to work on my other social media profiles, whatever it may be, Instagram, whatever. It's fucking marketing.
All right. This is already evoking so many mixed feelings within me. I think my main point is that the thing that she's describing kind of sounds like a job. It almost sounds like she's saying that we don't understand that influencing as a job means that you actually have to work. I think that almost anyone who has a job knows how it feels to have to get up at 6 or pretty early and spend all day working on things. Now, granted, hold on. Let's go ahead and look at where she is popular, right? Mikayla, TikTok. Wow, 17 million followers is wild. Okay, yeah, here, I pulled her up. Look, you can't gain 17 million followers on TikTok just by not working hard, obviously. You can apparently gain them by consistently lying to people over a period of 5 years and seemingly escaping the ramifications of that every single time, but that's beside the point. However, I think it's pretty obvious why this video was not coming across very well to people.
Then I'm in meetings from 12 to 5. I literally just finished work and it's 5:19. Try being an influencer for a day. Try it. Because the people who say it's easy are so far out of their minds, try it for a day. It is not for everybody. In fact, it's for a very small handful of people who can actually do this job.
Now, I can't stress enough that she said this in 2021 at the actual height of the pandemic when many people were unable to do their jobs. If they wanted to work, many people were doing jobs that were endangering them, frontline health workers, etc. Many people were doing things that were just so dire. And she thought this was a good idea to tell us all to try being an influencer for a day. Mikayla, this is a strong start.
Because it's absolutely fucking insane. You do not want to have this job. I'm just saying.
Someone said, I remember this crazy take. I think that this went really viral, and it was kind of the start of people paying attention to Mikayla. The start of a horrible, horrible story. Someone said, I'm curious if she ever had a regular job. She used to work at Ulta Beauty. Here, look. Here's an example of me having things that are not even in my outline that I just know from my research. She totally had a regular job, but there is this like influencer brain rot that does happen to people where they seemingly forget what it was like to be a normal person, even though they have never usually been an influencer for that long. Someone said you can choose to be an influencer and she's acting like she has to. Exactly. Someone said the most bombastic of side eyes. Exactly. Listen. If I sat here and I said to y'all, for example, hey, being an influencer is a dream job, but it is also a job, which means you do have to work. And interestingly enough, you kind of have to work a bit more than I think people realize, because so much of influencing is giving the illusion of effortlessness. And that's a lie. Sometimes I cry or work for more than 40 hours a week and I hide it from everybody. However, many people cry, work for more than 40 hours a week, and hide it from everybody. And on the grand scale of things, influencing is not the most difficult job that I've had. It's not something that I would trade. And at the end of the day, it's just something that I'm very, very, very lucky to be able to do, regardless of people's sometimes misconceptions about the job. Is that offensive to you? I feel like I feel like she could have made her point without coming across as if she does not live in reality. However, I wanted to open with this controversy specifically because Mikayla not living in reality is sort of like the core thread, I think, that explains almost anything she's ever really gotten in trouble for. Someone said your green screen is uneven. Wait, is it? Did I knock my camera? Is it? I made it really big. I'm looking at it right now. Hold on, wait. Oh, do you mean like this tiny little corner right here? Is that what you're referring to? I don't even know how you could see that. Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. For this one person to stop bugging them, I'm going to try to readjust. Okay, there we go. I think I fixed... Wait. I think I fixed it. How did you see that? What are you watching this stream on? I didn't see that. And I have myself in the corner. And I'm constantly... Are you watching this on a 124-inch television? That is so scary. Anyways, thanks for the... I don't even think I have to reshoot anything because the average person with normal sight range and not eagle eyes is not going to see that. That was what someone said they're watching it on IMAX. Y'all are for real watching the stream on IMAX if you saw that. But thank you for bringing it to my attention. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I'm not mad at you. I'm just scared of you a little bit. That was freaky. Anyways. All right, so getting back into my sources. So when this started circulating, my bad. Now here's the thing. This clip kind of flew under the radar when she had initially posted it, but it started circulating a couple years ago and she went viral for something bad, right? Happens a lot. I think, honestly, I'm kind of judging each of these controversies on a scale of me understanding the people who are mad at it. I understand it. I think this is worth being upset at. It's a horrible video and it's a horrible take. However, Mikayla put out an apology, sort of, that I definitely think is worth going over. Let's see. Y'all seeing my outline? This is wild. I can't believe this is my first stream where y'all seeing my outline. All right. Someone said he's going to hate editing this. Why am I going to hate editing it? Oh, wait, I just realized I left the chat off. Okay, the chat's back. Wait, y'all got to stop it. What are y'all seeing that you see? You're saying it's a problem when I'm in the corner? The corner of what? Hold on. Like, let me go back to my outline. What are y'all seeing right now? Like, I know I get cut off over here because my green screen doesn't go on forever. The sliver is so visible. Y'all, what sliver? Are y'all like messing with me? There's a small line when you are cut out. Make the camera small, there's a red line. Y'all are making me feel dumb right now. Hold on. I think that there is not a red line on my screen. I have to move on from this topic or people are going to start getting mad or think that I'm on a white background. Y'all, what are you talking about? Here. Is this white enough for you? Someone in my family just texted me and said that y'all were trolling me. I'm not even kidding. I actually just got texted by one of my family members who's watching the stream who said that y'all are all lying. So I'm kind of going to go with my brother's take on this one. I'm kind of going to believe my brother on this one. Why are you all saying that you see it? Nah, bro. Moving on. Right upper corner. Nah, there ain't nothing. There's nothing in the upper right corner. Okay, everybody's saying that they're not trolling, but now I'm like, I'm moving on. I'm moving on. If there's something bad in the video, I'm going to crop it. I'm going to crop it out of the video and then no one will ever see it. With that being said, oh, I see it. Okay, wait. That's so funny. I didn't really... Hold on. I'm moving it like with my foot. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was wrong. My brother was also wrong. Now, granted, I don't really blame him for not seeing that. But I blame myself. I'm sorry. I really doubled down on that because I genuinely did not see it. But no, it became really, really obvious when I pulled it up on a white background. You were right. I am not correct about everything and I don't know everything. I was not trying to mislead y'all or do a bit at all. That's so funny. It does kind of come back to the question of like, how did y'all see that? But I imagine it was pretty noticeable to many of you. Oh my God, that's so funny. Okay, yeah, no, it's gone now. It's gone now. Someone said I was wiping my phone screen. I am so sorry, okay? I am sorry. That's so... Look, I don't really ever know what level of trolling I'm dealing with on a day-to-day basis, okay? Sometimes people will derail a whole stream, even though I do that plenty good myself, because they think it's funny. And I don't ever know if that's really happening. I can't always just default to what people are saying, but I'm making excuses for me being wrong. Oh my God. Okay. That's enough about that. So it's a very detail-oriented audience. Well, I mean, like, I would hope so, because I do care about these videos. And then I don't want people watching the final product and feeling like, oh, there's a hair on my screen, or how did he not see this the whole time, or he's not, like, taking time to be detail-oriented or whatever. Oh my God, that's so funny. All right, anyways, getting into Mikayla's apology for being completely out of touch. Now, granted, this apology... You can't see this because I'm in the way. It is 9 minutes long, and we ain't finna do that.
Yeah. Well, that's my cutoff time. I can't be making this video if it's 5:19.
Oh wait, I didn't play it at the beginning. Okay, so in the video where she said she works until 5:19, people really latched onto that because they were like, Mikayla, what do you mean? So here she is making fun of that.
Is it 5:19 yet? Well, that's my cutoff time. I can't be making this video if it's 5:19. So I'll do it later. Seems like we have a lot of shit that we gotta talk about. So let's talk about it. The internet, man, you guys come in hot. I gotta tell you, that was intense. But I want to start this off by saying just the biggest fucking thank you that I can give. The amount of support and love, positive comments, texts, calls, DMs.
Like the texts and DMs from my family trying to help me out, even though actually technically my family was wrong.
Just videos in support, I have to say, you guys fucking rock. And I appreciate the hell out of you.
All right. I'm here to tell you right now. This is a bad start to your apology. I think if people are upset at you and you immediately jump into focusing on the people who are just offending you, that's not a good look. I don't think this is speaking to a good mindset. But here, let's let her finish. I mean, we are not watching this 9-minute video, but
For all the support. People are sending me all these videos of support, and it meant the fucking world to me. Let's talk about the 519 video. So about a year and a half ago, I made a video on a vlog channel of mine responding to somewhat of a hateful comment telling me to get a real job, try working a 9 to 5. At this time, I was very new to my influencer career, and I had just left my job at Ulta Beauty, and I had moved into my first apartment, and emotions were running high, and unfortunately, I was having a shit day, and I made a video that I absolutely should not have made, and I regret making it. And there's a reason a year and a half ago why I deleted that video and I apologized.
So, I mean, there's not too much I can say. When somebody says that they were wrong and they shouldn't have done the thing that they should have done, I will say she doesn't regret it though. I can tell you right now, there's not a shred of remorse. How do I know? Because ever since this happened to her a couple years ago, there has been this constant cycle of rage bait, where she will do something that anybody could have told you would have been annoying to people, and then catch all this backlash, and then all of her fans will defend her, and then she'll double down and either apologize or be like, oh, everyone's just so mean to me all the time. Someone said some consider her accent to be unnatural. I've been trying so hard not to talk about her accent because I have not gotten to that point in my outline yet. But you know what? I do this sometimes and y'all don't know about it. I'm reordering my outline. Listen, streaming live is a whole thing. It's a performance art, okay? Try being a streamer for a day. Sometimes my stream doesn't end until 5:19. It's insane. And most of the people talking smack about streaming should not even try to do it. Y'all could never. Okay, so... Okay, let's go ahead and just get into controversy number 2. Why is mikayla nogueira speaking like this? Hold on, wait. I can't open this link for some reason. Wait, I'm getting scammed. This is why I have to... This is literally why I have to... Sorry, Word can't open this link in a browser. To go to this link, please open this document in the desktop version of Microsoft Word. What if I don't have the desktop version of Microsoft Word? Because I would rather die. Did they think about that? I don't think that they did. Okay, you know what? Y'all are truly... Hold on. What do you mean you can't? Have y'all ever had Word tell you that they can't open a link in the browser? It literally says that on screen right now. Sorry, Word can't open this link in the browser. To go to this link, please open the document in the desktop version of Microsoft Word. How would that help me? What? Hold on. I'm just going to manually find the thing that I had saved. Why do I feel like that's them trying to... I know people call everything gaslighting. Why do I feel like Microsoft is trying to gaslight me into downloading their software? That's kind of weird. That's kind of strange. Someone said copy it. It's like not copying for some reason. This is so stupid. Hold on. Word can't open this link right now. What do you mean? All right. Anyways, here I found somebody on TikTok who has the initial clip. Okay. Let's see. F in 11 full screen. Full screen. Never mind. I can't go full screen right now because I'm pressing the wrong button. All right. So it is a fact that mikayla, before she was an influencer, sort of seemed to speak like this.
Mikayla here, and I am standing in the Fisher Student Center, one of the best buildings on campus. I actually work here at the Information Center, so I'm sure you'll be seeing me around, but this is one of my favorite buildings. You can come here to hang out with your friends.
I think that it's not like reaching. I think it's not insane to say that that sounds a little bit different than her current voice that she does for her content, which would be this.
Rare beauty, and check out the restaurant we went to. It was called Laurel Hardware, and it looks like a hardware store on the outside. But little would you know, it is the most beautiful restaurant I've ever seen on.
Now, here's the thing. There is a lot of discourse about, oh, accents are a thing that exist. Oh, I sound different when I'm speaking to different people. Oh, she might have just been like suppressing her accent when she was at college. That's something I haven't experienced. Listen, I appreciate y'all's lived experiences. I truly, truly do. But ain't no level of code switching gonna make you suddenly sound like you've been chain smoking cigarettes for the past 120 years. Okay? There is no, I actually can't be nuanced about this. You have got to be faking this voice. It is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Someone said, are we on the first or second topic? We're on the second topic. Someone said it's engagement bait, perhaps. Let's see. I think what really gets people is the inconsistency of the voice, right? So here is her kind of cycling through various accents.
$175 foundation, and it's the wrong shade that I currently use, and this is the Zote soap. Waiting for. Today I'm going to be talking about my skincare journey. It has not been easy. You're going to take the sponge with the hyaluronic and a little bit of foundation and press on.
Who was that at the end? Who was that? So I am not here to conclusively tell you that mikayla nogueira is faking her voice because I can't do that. I'm not in her brain. I don't really understand why she's speaking. Well, I completely understand why she's speaking the way she does. Because if you were to just go and Google mikayla nogueira voice, what are you going to get? So many comments, entire news articles, etc. of people saying like, oh, Mikayla accused of faking her voice. People are saying they're over Mikayla after she's accused of faking an accent. Here's why TikTok thinks Mikayla nogueira is faking her accent. I don't know. I don't know what level of performance or performativeness is going on here. I'm just here to tell you that's very deeply strange. Okay? That's very deeply strange. I cycle through a lot of different voices. I will cycle through multiple voices in one stream or sometimes one sentence. So I definitely have, I don't know, an understanding that there is an aspect of talking on camera that is performance in the first place. Like the way I just said first place. I'm playing that up because I thought it would, I don't know. It's a thing that people do, but like, Mikayla, this is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Anyways, we're moving on though. Someone said Ariana Grande core. No, I would say that this is, it's just the light on my finger. I was like, what do I have on my finger? Anyways, I would say that this is not as bad as Ariana Grande at all. In fact, I'm glad you brought her up. I'm not bringing this point up to say that Mikayla is like a race faking, borderline digital blackface on the level of Ariana Grande. I'm just saying this is one of the many things that people talk about, and I understand why, because it's interesting. It's very deeply interesting. Someone said, but you always sound like you. Exactly. I do think I'm from Texas, and so if I wanted y'all all to think that I was from Texas and I whipped out this Texas voice that I was constantly talking in my videos, and then you pull old content where you can't tell if I'm from like LA or, I don't know, the middle of actual nowhere, it's going to read as strangely to people. But people online play their accents up for laughs a lot because accents are interesting to people. And I would say that this is not an example of actually harming anybody by lying. But that brings me to my third Mikayla controversy, in which case I think she was absolutely wrong for lying about this. All right. Someone said that Texas voice is awful. No offense. Hold on. No. My Texas voice is not awful. That might have been me purposely trying to sound fake. But let me tell y'all right now, if I genuinely wanted y'all to believe that I was from Texas, it's just a mannerism more than anything. You just have to adopt this rising intonation a little bit. You got to slow things down somewhat. And you have to make sure, S-H-U-R-R, sure, that you are picking the laziest representation of any vowel sound. So a vowel cannot be a vowel. It's a vowel, right? Right? It needs to have an ah in it. Everything needs to have an ah in it. It's like having an actual genuinely good Texas accent is pretty subtle. Someone said, I'm from Texas. I'm from Dallas. I've never heard this. Do you just not listen to people from like specific places in Texas? Most people in Texas sound like this, like me. I don't think we're placeable, but there is a Texas accent for sure. I promise you there is someone somewhere named Gracelyn, Ashlyn, who talks exactly the way that I'm memeing in this video. I promise you. Someone said he lives in North Carolina, grew up in Texas. So don't do that again. No, I'm telling y'all right now, I'm not memeing. There is a way of speaking when you are from the South, and people absolutely speak like this. It's not even put on. I know people who speak like this. It's not strange. It's not that different. It's nothing to get your knickers in a twist over. Like, what do you mean? It just is what it is. It is what it is. I'm randomly going to quote scripture at you. I'm randomly gonna mention Jesus because he's in my heart. He is. Now I feel like I'm making fun of people from Texas, but people really do speak like this. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. It's a way of doing it for sure. Someone said the really rural people talk like this. I'm from Dallas, Fort Worth. Yeah, no. Listen, there's many things online that I don't know what I'm talking about. But me growing up in Texas, from age 2 to 23, y'all can't tell me anything about Texas. Or at least like South Central Texas. Y'all can't do it. Y'all can't do it. Y'all can't do it. I am South Central Texas. What do you mean? Please. I'm the most Texan person in the fact that I'm even bragging about being from Texas right now. That's the level. That's why I moved. Because I don't want to be Texan. I don't want to be Texan. But there is something about being Texan that just... It's a very Texan thing to be like, how dare you imply that I don't know what a Texas accent is? I know exactly what a Texas accent is. Or the fact that there's like 50,000 of them. Again, like people in San Antonio don't talk like that. But... Someone said, watch me tell you something about Texas. Texas is a state. D'Angelo, you better leave this clip in the video. No, I'm not finna leave this clip in the video. Here's why. I want there to be exclusives. I've talked about a lot of really funny things, I feel like, on this stream. I want to give the video watchers a little something for sure. Like maybe a little clip or whatever. But I want there to be a reason that y'all should catch the streams. Because if you want me doing... I need to disable this. It says OTFHF was how I labeled that alarm. What do you think that alarm was for? OTFHF. OTF. I set alarms because I don't remember things otherwise. And then I set them to recur for reasons I don't know. And then they'll come back the next week and I will genuinely have no idea what headspace I was in. I will have no headspace. Or no idea what headspace I was in. Anyways. I see a lot of people talking about Texas accents. Yeah, no, there's so many because Texas is big, as anyone from Texas will tell you. All right. Now that I've dismissed my OTFHF alarm, OTFHF, I am going to... Someone said on the effing hella floor. Maybe on the floor honking friends. Ducks? Do ducks honk? No, they do. Totally. No, they quack. Geese. I'm not trying to be stupid. I was like, small bird, small bird. Someone said everyone from Texas has something Texas shaped. Wait. You're right. You're right that everyone from Texas has something Texas shaped. But I feel like I don't have anything on me right now. And I'm really sad. You're totally right that everyone from Texas has something in the shape of Texas. Because everything in Texas is shaped like Texas. But I don't think I have anything in my possession right now. Because I moved a couple years ago and I didn't bring everything I had with me. Oh, I'm so sad. I'm sad. Why don't I have anything Texas shaped? That's so funny. Someone said, no, I don't. Stop profiling me. You will. You will. Let me tell you right now, one day someone will give you either something Texas shaped or something emblazoned with the shape of Texas. You're going to get a mug that has a big Texas on it. And you're going to be like, what's the point of this? I'm from here. You're from here. Why are you giving me Texas merch? We do that. Someone said Texas mug. Bro, we have so many Texas mugs as Texans, and I don't understand why. We're already here. What are we commemorating? Someone said, I blame Buc-ee's. Yo, Buc-ee's. I have a Texas Charmed. Someone said, not D'Angelo having his Texanity questioned because of his lack of knickknacks. I know. I think I'm going to spend this time between this stream and next stream figuring out ways to convince y'all that I truly was locked. I was locked in the deep south for so long. Anyways, moving on. So we've talked about, hold on, help me out here. Oh, okay. So we talked about the fake accent. We've talked about, what was the first topic that I talked to y'all about? Oh, okay. Wait, I have way too many tabs open. Hold on, I'm gonna close this one, and this one. Anyways, we've talked about the fake accent. We've talked about the video that people were mad about because she said we should all try being influencers for a day. 519 gate. Now we're gonna talk about lash gate. All right, this one is a doozy.
Long and lengthened, my lashes.
This literally just changed my life. This looks like false. This is how? What?
Okay, so this is a sponsored post for L'Oreal's telescopic lift. It does. I'm not going to tell you what it is. They didn't pay me, right? This is mikayla nogueira claiming that she has applied this sort of lash lifter thing, and it has gone from what you see right here on the right side of your screen to what you. This is the right side of your screen to what you see right here on the left. Many people took issue with that. And they were like, you know what? That's not actually how mascara looks. That's not really how mascara works. See, me being some dude who's never worn makeup, I couldn't tell you exactly how mascara works. But I don't think it gives you extra lashes. But you know what? Let's let the lash experts break it down a little bit, okay? Let's let somebody who knows what they're talking about talk about it.
All right, Mikayla. I don't normally get caught up in the makeup world drama, all the guru controversy and all that, but being that this is about lashes and I am a lash artist, I sell lash extension supplies and I teach lash courses, we're gonna be so fucking for real right now. Unless you
I did not even know that you could be a lash artist. I'm not knocking it. I'm saying there are levels of expert that I defer to. All right. So let's see. She is going to break this down around the 1 minute and 45 second mark. Let me fast forward. I remember when short form content used to actually be short. Does anybody remember that? Let's see.
Where the strip lash starts, and you can see in this corner down here there's a little bit of a gap, which is very common when you apply extension or strip lashes very quickly.
Y'all, that's a scam. That's what I personally would refer to as L'Oreal has paid you to promote something, but you're actually scamming people and telling them, oh yeah, you're gonna look like this if you use this product. but you are wearing fake lashes. Okay, hold on. I need some water. Faking an accent is whatever, or playing it up for, you know, attention, engagement. That's not commentary video worthy, and I wouldn't even really be following any of this. But you're starting to see there's like a scale of unacceptable. Wait, you're saying my mic? Oh, I think it's back. You're starting to see there's like a scale of me being less and less able to accept. Refresh the chat if you can't hear me. Hold on. I'm literally, last time I got stuck on this for really, really long. I'm not going to do it this time. 20-second. Wait, you can do like a timer on Google, right? All right. I'm going to set a timer. Or I would set a timer if I knew how to use numbers. I'm going to take 20 seconds to tell y'all. Just refresh the page. Refresh the page and it will be fine. I'm not going to go wild, go bananas trying to fix it. It's not you. It's not your fault. But it will be fixed if you refresh the page. And I'm going to move on. All right. Oh, that was such a nice sound. Wait. I like that. Sorry, is that really loud? It's so pleasant though. All right, so we refreshed. Let's hop back into it. All right. So to make matters worse, despite us not really even needing an expert to tell us the obvious, but I do appreciate this person. Thank you, Lashley G. Mikayla was actually genuinely telling people that she was not wearing any sort of false eyelash. Wait, are you not wearing falsies at the end? Mikayla says, no, OMG. L'Oreal would never allow that in a partnered post. But y'all are proving my point. This is unconscionable? Is that a word? I want to say that, but I don't want to sound like one of those people who uses really big words that he doesn't know what they mean. Okay. That's totally a word. This is unconscious. Wait, it's unconscionable.
Unconscionable.
Okay, I was going to say unconscionable. I don't know what that means. What does unconscionable mean? You are able to be unconscious? This is unconscionable. I see people correcting me now. I should have looked at the chat. I got it. I'm not trying to rage bait you. I look things up when I don't know them. I don't include me saying things wrong so people can correct me. All right. This is... I'm so stupid though. Like, it's insane. I never feel less intelligent than when I am trying to present information that I actually do know. That's the weird thing. I never feel dumb when I'm talking about things that I don't know about, but it's when it's wild, bro. It's wild. Someone said unconscionable isn't a word. It's definitely not a word. Anyways, Mikayla, this is unconscionable, okay? I think that there should be some sort of guidelines in place, some sort of regulation. You can't just lie to people like this and get away with it, except for the part where she completely did. She completely did, okay? But let's see. Despite this going super viral, and many of you may be even hearing about Lashgate or whatever, she never actually admitted it. Now, granted, she can't admit it because I think she would wind up getting in a lot of trouble. But like, if you're seeing how few checks and balances there are when it comes to mikayla nogueira, that is why she pisses people off so much. And I think a lot of it is very, very valid. Okay? I still see people saying they can't hear me. Refresh, and you will be fine. I promise. All right. So, speaking of lashes, that brings us now to our fourth out of my top 10 mikayla nogueira controversy moments issue, which would be her usage of filters. Now, granted, I don't have a lot of like really strong opinions on people using filters to, I guess, change their face. If anything, I feel like honesty is the best policy, right? I think it's very deeply wrong to change your face to look a certain way and then lie about it after the fact, right? Because then you're being really misleading to people who are following you, especially if you're any sort of influencer. At that point, you're just promoting beauty trends that people cannot humanly achieve. And that's just going to make everybody feel worse about themselves, right? People are saying, isn't lying about that stuff illegal? Well, yeah, no, what she did was definitely wrong. I'm just saying there was no system of checks and balances to actually result in any sort of action taken against her. All right, so this is somebody's video that they took where here she is now trying to sell people in yet another sponsored post this foundation, but like she has applied a filter. Here she is. Here she chat. Y'all are testing me. I can't tell y'all like, oh, she's wearing this form of eyeshadow or she's wearing this, that, the other. I can tell y'all that that's not skin. What is this like perfect gradient? You can literally see, hold on, the jump is ridiculous. Okay. So she goes from kind of having normal skin texture to just nothing. It vanishes. I love that this person who made this is zooming in. You don't have to do that. Let me tell you right now, you don't need to zoom into that for me to see that this is ludicrous, honestly. And again, I would say that this does not fall under the category of like, oh, this is harmless. It doesn't really matter that she's done this. No, once again, it is wrong. It is bad. It is misleading. You are scamming people to say, oh, hey, just buy this foundation. Look what it did for my skin. And what it did for your skin, we can't even see because you filtered it. Okay? Someone said blurred to the max. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Someone said, I don't see why anyone is trusting her in regards to realistic advice. You're going to see that that's kind of a theme as we go through this video. Like, she's lost her trust at this point, but it took a lot of this back and forth. Now, here's the thing where I got kind of sad. Hold on. So first, let me show you. Like, people talk a lot about... You can see me looking for a post, not finding it. People talk a lot about it. Like you can see all over her subreddit. People are like, oh, she's filtering everything. She's filtering everything. And she is, you know, this is a level of serving that is not really humanly possible. However, Mikayla talking about it, I feel like is really unfortunate.
Something that's been heavy on my mind for quite...
Sorry, this video is kind of quiet, but I'll try not to talk over it so you can turn it up if you need to.
Quite a while, my appearance and what I look like. I've said this a million times and I will defend it until I'm in the grave that there are no filters on my videos. There's constant confusion.
You are lying. I've said this a million times and I'll say, you don't even have to put me in the grave. I'll tell you right now, Mikayla, that's not true. I don't think that that's true, but let's keep going. Or there's no filters on her videos in the same way that there were no false lashes in that other TikTok.
Confusion about why I look different in person than in my videos. I want to make something very clear. I am aware that I'm not an attractive person. Sorry, I don't know why I'm fucking getting emotional over it. I'm aware that I'm not, like, aesthetically pleasing to look at or, like, photogenic. It's really easy to take a bad photo of me.
That's unfortunate. Okay. Granted, you're still lying through your actual teeth. Even through the alligator tears. They're not really working on me 100%. However, whereas I don't feel sorry for you for lying to people, I feel like it's really unfortunate to have that sort of view on yourself and to use these filters in the first place. Okay? Like, dude, you're a beauty influencer. People do think that you're beautiful. Clearly. You have people in the comments saying like, what do you mean? Like, here are all these unfiltered photos of you, or times that I actually met you and took photos of you. You look fine. You look fine. You look fine. Granted, I'm not trying to, solve insecurity via a live stream remotely. I don't think that's something I can do. I'm not her therapist. I'm just saying, of all reasons you could give, that has to be pretty... The sirens are in the background. It's the FTC coming to arrest her over her scammy... No, just kidding. Anyways, someone said the tears disgust me, actually. Yeah, no. Like, to take something that is kind of giving insane levels of self-hatred and to use it while lying to people about the things that you're misleading them into buying, it's not it. It's not it. Someone said, it's all just her insecurity. It's a bit sad, but it doesn't justify her actions. Exactly. I think that there's a pretty major difference between saying, oh, hey, I'm really unhappy with the way that I look deeply, which kind of did come through in that video, and me saying, okay, that's one thing. However,
what time it is?
Sorry, I can't do it. However, hold on, going back to just the original filtered video. There's a massive difference between being unhappy with the way that you look and actually applying filters that are tricking people into thinking they're buying a product that is going to make you look like you have been airbrushed in real life. And to say that it's not filtered, I can't excuse it just because you're crying and you're sad because you think that you're ugly. Okay? Her being ugly or whatever isn't even a point in my outline. I don't care. Sorry, Mikayla. Sorry, Mikayla. Somebody said, good God, the sync. Refresh the video. Refresh the video. If I am unsynced, refresh the video. I need to have like a soundboard or like just a little thing that like appears on screen every few seconds. Someone said 2 things can be true at once. She can feel less insecure in her own skin and also be a flaming liar. Hello. Exactly. So no, Mikayla, this still falls in the camp of unconscionable. We're learning. I didn't say unconscionable. I'm so smart. You should try being an influencer for even a day. Y'all can never do this job. Someone said now we got to write up the receipts in APA format. Yeah, dude, my outlines are scary, honestly. Anyways, so we've got the 519 controversy. We've got the accent or the lack thereof. We've got Lashgate. Okay, we've got the filters. Let's talk about the waitress incident, okay? Because I feel like this is an example of how you have some people who just lie about things that are important, and then other people that seem to lie about things given the opportunity to do so. Okay. Let's see. So the initial allegation came from somebody on TikTok who said that Mikayla was rude to her while they were out getting food. A waitress posted a TikTok saying that she actually met Mikayla, but her and her family were really rude to her. Let me tell you right now. People who are rude to service workers, I don't have any understanding for. I don't have any empathy. I don't have any sort of nuance. Why? Because I used to work at a gas station. I've had people throw things at me. Truly, one dude was actually like, he walked in and he was like, I don't even remember what he asked me to do. Put money on a pump or something. And he like flicked his credit card at me from like 3 feet away from the counter. I consider that to be throwing things at me. I've had things thrown at me as a service worker. I don't have any empathy, nuance, or both sides of my heart. If you are rude to service workers, you suck. You must actually genuinely think that you are better than other people or that it's cool to make things harder for people who are doing their job. And that's not cool. Now, granted, this is an allegation from one person. That being said, I tend not to just randomly discredit people, especially not when one person makes an allegation and the person in question immediately apologizes and is like, oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. And then tries to take it back and be like, no, actually you're lying. So yeah, after this person came forward, Mikayla posted this series of apologies, actually saying things like, I'm sorry you had this experience with, oh wait, I realized the chat's covering it. Hold on. I'm trying to make it better. We'll do like that. Okay. I'm sorry you had this experience with me. I struggle really bad with social anxiety and I usually shut down and become awkward in public. I never meant to appear rude. I'm just very shy and usually not sure what to say. I'm always nervous I come off the wrong way due to this, but I absolutely didn't hate you. Your service was great. Are y'all seeing a pattern here? Mikayla, you're using filters and we think that it's kind of like not right. Oh, well, I'm deeply insecure. Boo-hoo. Also, I wasn't using filters. Mikayla, I had this one experience with you as a fan and I thought you were being kind of rude. Oh, well, actually, I have, what did she say? Social anxiety? Yeah. I'm telling you right now, there's definitely a conversation to be had about people who have any sort of neurodivergence being interpreted as rude. Because unfortunately, I've even been on the other side of that for sure. However, I'm not really finna extend that benefit of the doubt to mikayla nogueira specifically. Not when she says all this and then immediately goes on a rampage against this person. Hold on. This would be at...
I want you to...
This is at 150 in this video.
Okay.
Okay. Whoa. Sorry. There we go. I don't know what that was. Anyways, let me make this full screen.
Fuse it into the shimmer a little bit, but it just makes it a little bit more sultry. By the way, if you saw that waitress story, yeah, she's full of shit. So, yeah. Fuck you, dude. I don't really want to give a free clout because she's fucking lying, but I did personally apologize to her and she fucking left me on red. Very mature. But yeah, she's fucking lying, so. But I still apologize because I never want to make anyone feel like I'm, trying to be rude or anything like that. But
I would never want to make anybody feel like I'm being rude. That person who called me rude can go die, though. I hope they do it in front of me. But like, why is anyone saying that I'm a mean person? Huh? Dude. Mikayla, come on here. Someone said, well, straight shots fired. This is an unhinged response, especially coming from somebody who 5 minutes ago probably thought that this was going to be some sort of career backlash for her. But upon realizing that all she has to do is double down, completely switched gears. And now all of a sudden, oh, that person's completely full of it and can F off. She is not a nice person. People say, oh, we made the wrong person famous. She's a pretty good candidate for making the wrong person famous, okay? I'm reading chat. She's genuinely just an awful person. Yeah, no, that's true though. Here, I'll give you another perspective on this. As somebody with an audience, I got an audience right here watching me right now. I know the unevenness between like a creator and a smaller person who's bringing up an issue with a creator, right? If someone actually has a problem with me, which it's happened, if I was to really sit here and start like being real negative about them and framing them as bad and this, that, the other, and they're not even here to defend themselves, that's something that like I am used to. Obviously, people talk negative about me in videos and stuff, but like I already know that is an insane level of stress to be under. It's really not cool to have thousands and thousands and thousands of people hearing or repeating talking points about you. The average person isn't even equipped to be talked about that harshly on a platform that is so big. I mean, how many views does this have? That's the wrong video. Wait, I think I closed the outline. Hold on.
I want you to...
I can't even see how many views this has, but this has 900,000 likes, millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of views. I'm not saying influencers don't ever have the right to clap back. I'm just saying, like, you know that this is wrong. And you know that the way that you're presenting this is going to be so intensely heavy-handed and disproportionately bad for the person who just spoke up about their experience with you. It's not cool. It's not cool. It really is not. I'm reading the chat. Someone said people just love to see the mess and that's why she's still popular. Yeah, very much so. Genuinely, I don't think anyone is equipped for that kind of negative attention in front of the entire world. Yeah, it's not an even thing. I can't sit here and under the guise of me defending myself, act like it would make sense to take one person's complaint against me and blow it up and broadcast it to all of you. It doesn't come across well. But anyways, that was the waiter incident, which I feel like was another good example to bring up, and just the list of why I think everything wrong with mikayla nogueira is a pattern of behavior as opposed to isolated incidents. Next, let's talk about her wedding. I don't know why does this equal wedding in my mind? Whoever marries me is going to have to be able to strongman carry me, or like fireman carry me. Otherwise, cancel the vows. Someone said, sorry, I'm spitting at you. That's gross. Someone said they just watched the last hour in 2x and now you sound like you're in slow-mo. Sorry. I can't speak any faster than this or I will stop making sense. Try being an influencer for a day. Sorry, I need to stop saying it because it's literally not funny. It was hardly funny the first time I said it, but I feel myself fixating on it. I feel myself stemming with that specific phrase, and it's dangerous. It's getting dangerous. Let's talk about her wedding. Okay, so typically I don't talk about people's weddings online because the fun fact about other people getting married is that I don't care at all. You can invite me to your wedding for moral support and I will happily show up and just be there for you. But like in terms of the whole general institution of weddings in general, I don't get them. Maybe I'm just dumb or very deeply unromantic, but I'm like, I don't know, take me to court. Sue me. No, don't sue me. But like, we could just sign a paper. But anyways, the reason I'm talking about mikayla nogueira's wedding specifically, sorry, this is like kind of funny. People felt like it came across as really tacky because it was sponsored, or people felt like it was obviously sponsored, but then mikayla was telling them, no, my wedding wasn't sponsored. My wedding, at which we are all using e.l.f. cosmetics, and my wedding, which is coincidentally also a hard launch of my e.l.f. Cosmetics wedding line, is not sponsored by e.l.f. Cosmetics. All right, so you have this article which goes into detail about how where does it say? Okay, fans are speculating that Nogueira might have taken advantage of her wedding day by turning it into an opportunity for advertisements. e.l.f. Cosmetics partnered with Nogueira for multiple wedding moments, a marriage material lip kit duo that allegedly sold out in minutes, allegedly, a gifting booth full of e.l.f. products for her wedding guests to experience. Guests shared that they were also gifted items from other makeup brands. But here's the thing. Now, besides the SponCon nature of it all, here's where it gets tricky. The guest list included a host of influencers, big names like James Charles and Patrick Starr, among many more. Every influencer in attendance posted a get ready with me video on TikTok before heading to the wedding, which seemed as if they were contracted to do so, but this is a wedding, and it's probably not a stretch that she took a page out of the Kardashian playbook. Here's the thing. I don't think that there's anything wrong with getting your wedding sponsored per se. Now, to plagiarize a wedding comment, personally, I would not want to look back at my wedding photos and see a giant e.l.f. Cosmetics sign next to everything. Like this right here. Hold on. Open image, a new tab. Y'all, kissing booth X e.l.f. Cosmetics. I couldn't do it. Listen, I understand money ain't free. And if somebody wants to pay me to get married, as long as I am shilling e.l.f. Cosmetics, I might think about it, but I just could not. That level of capitalism is a little bit beyond me personally. That's just me personally. But the issue is not that she got her wedding sponsored. It's that once again, she lied about it for some reason. Reasons that I just don't understand at this point. So here's why I'm saying she lied, okay? This is her response to the sponsored wedding allegations, if you will. Skipping to 33 seconds in.
Question.
Right about there.
Was my wedding sponsored? I can't with you fuckers. No, my wedding wasn't sponsored. None of it. Absolutely none of my wedding was sponsored, and I'll show you why people are saying that. As you guys know, I came out with a lip kit with Elf for my wedding day. I got to wear it at my wedding. It was awesome. And then, of course, I wanted to have some sort of wedding favor at my wedding, so I decided I would have my lip kit. And then me and my wedding planner had this sick idea to create a kissing booth. And it's basically this really cool photo.
Mikayla, this is a sponsorship. You're describing a brand partnership with Elf Cosmetics integrated into... Do y'all know what integrations are? An integration is a block of ad time that advertisers will pay for. If I start taking 1 minute to tell you about, I don't know, Elf Cosmetics, for example, that's an integration. They integrated themselves into your wedding. This is so funny.
Moment, you can go up there with your partner, give him a kiss, and get a photo. This had nothing to do with Elf. I paid for this and the whole wedding myself, and I actually had to ask Elf permission to put their logo on the kissing booth.
That's a lie. This is the one time in this video, in this one stream, I'm going to say something unfounded as if I know it's the truth. That's not true. I've signed enough contracts. I've worked with enough brands over the past 7 years. There is absolutely no way that Elf did not pay you to stick their name on that kissing booth. That doesn't even make any sense. Why would you, mikayla nogueira, unaffiliated with Elf Cosmetics, want to stick their branding on the kissing booth? That doesn't make any sense. They did pay you. They definitely paid you. This is so ridiculous. I don't understand that. Again, that's unfounded. I don't have any sort of receipts to prove that she's lied about this. I mean, we've sort of seen that she's lied about literally everything else that has been brought up. But yeah, no, like, I have this other video as well where I'm just like, look.
Only did I find my wedding lip combo, I created it. I'm so excited to finally be able to share with you my marriage material lip duo in partnership with Elf Cosmetics. Here's the story. About a year ago,
they paid you, Mikayla. You are in a brand partnership with them. So hopefully this point doesn't come across to y'all as like, oh, D'Angelo, who has never been married and has admitted he doesn't understand anything about weddings, is sitting here telling us he doesn't think anyone I just think she's lying again, because it seems like any and every opportunity to take to lie, she will genuinely take it. You did not put Elf Cosmetics on your kissing booth out of the goodness of your heart. That doesn't make any sense. You were paid to do so. And these undisclosed ads, once again, it feels very scammy. So is it? I don't think they paid her. I think they gifted her stuff, like when creators are gifted vacations. I think she has to disclose her relationship with the company. That's even if they did not pay her, which is true, because again, that's the one part that they can't prove. That's a good point. It would have been a gift from Elf Cosmetics. It definitely would not have been something that she would have asked them to do. Hey, can I use your branding? Because another thing that I know about these brands too, for sure, they ain't finna say yes. Brands hate when you do make any sort of change to their branding or use it in any place that they have not directly authorized. We get sent what are called talking points, and we also get sent these things that are called like well, it's just, they usually call it a branding folder. And so they'll send you versions of their logos that you're allowed to use. You're not allowed to crop their logo. A lot of times you're not allowed to change the color. Sometimes you even can't even put it on certain areas in your screen, because brands are wild about what you are not allowed to do. So yeah, sticking Elf on a completely unaffiliated section like that, it never would have happened. It never would have happened. Reading chat, I'm reading chat. What are the odds she discloses the gifts on her taxes? Look, I can't speak to mikayla nogueira's taxes. All I'm saying is I wouldn't want to be her CPA, or I hope she's a little more honest with her CPA for her own sake. Anyways, moving on from the wedding, because we could get stuck here. I'm going to bring up an example of a controversy that I don't agree with. I don't agree with everything that everybody says about mikayla nogueira. This was still big enough for me to wind up talking about it, this Ozempic controversy. Okay, here we go.
Such a thing, dude, on TikTok.
Wait, let me go back a little.
This is like such a thing, dude, on TikTok. Anybody makes a video, you're Ozempic. Like, the video could be about anything. My video has nothing to do with my weight, my body, nothing. Ozempic.
I think that's dumb. I also feel like, what does Ozempic have to do with anything? Seeing creators change weight or fluctuate or this, that, the other is truly none of our business. It's not something I'm going to sit here and discuss. She actually got into it a little bit more in this video right here, which we're not going to go into completely. Okay.
Don't have to agree with what I'm about to say, but... And if you're on Ozempic or any of those weight loss medications or drugs, like, that's fine. I'm not gonna judge you for your personal choices. It's none of my business. I don't know why these comments affect me as much as they do, but, like, as someone who, for the last 6 months, has been in eating disorder recovery offline, you know, I don't share that part of my life.
I don't care if mikayla nogueira was on Ozempic. Granted, her statement about this was still a little bit, like, not the best, because I feel like people tend to really misunderstand the point of Ozempic or how it works. When you have her kind of saying things like she didn't take it because she doesn't want to, quote, cheat her recovery, I'm like, mikayla, this is not a great message to spread to people. I will never personally do Ozempic because I don't want to cheat my recovery, the 25-year-old said while explaining her recent 30-pound weight loss. However, I just still will never ever be rocking with the idea that, like, people owe you lists of what medication they're on, or people owe you explanations for why their bodies are changing or this, that, the other. So I'm going to have to put this one under, I throw the baby out with the bathwater. Someone says stop being nosy about meds people are on. I agree. Even if she was on Ozempic. What was that? Anyway, even if she was on Ozempic, it doesn't matter. Oh, I see a lot of people saying she's 25. She was 25 in 2023 when this one happened. Oh, mikayla nogueira and I are the same age. Did y'all not realize that when I was showing you pictures of her? I'm gonna tell you this right now. I didn't realize that when I only realized it halfway through my research. I was like, oh, on God? For real? Yeah, no, I'm 27 and mikayla nogueira is also 27, which I'm going to be really careful about how I make this point. But, like, makeup has the ability to age you so much, which I feel like some people who use a lot of it maybe don't see. That's my only point. That's all I've got to say about that one. Makeup's power to age one's face needs to be studied, because yeah, she is genuinely actually just 27, like me. Someone said 27 is a great age. Enjoy it. It is. It really is. But yeah, hopefully that does not come across as me overstepping or like making fun of her face or appearance or anything like that. I'm not making fun of mikayla nogueira. I don't care that she definitely looks older than her age. I don't think that's a moral argument to make against her. I'm just saying it's worth noting. It's interesting. It's kind of interesting. Someone said not sure about that makeup is aging you thing. Okay, hold on. Let me rephrase this. All forms of cosmetic enhancements can be pushed into a direction that starts reading as you are older than you are. And so it's not even just makeup, but when I see people who are my age doing full faces of makeup and then also getting a lot of filler, getting the buccal fat removal, which is something that typically only happens to you when you're older. But I say this and I don't even have any buccal fat right here. Doing all of these things in conjunction with each other, I think all of those things together can make you look a lot older than you are. Does that make sense? I'm not just saying makeup by itself, or I agree. What I said was a massive overgeneralization. The average person putting on makeup, I don't think is aging themselves. Y'all look great. And again, I don't know much about makeup. I'm just saying what I'm saying. Like, I think a good example, it's hard to even bring up good examples. I don't want to bring up other examples because then it's just like I'm like pulling up women and saying, oh, y'all look old. But y'all know what I mean. Y'all definitely know what I mean. But yeah, that's also why that was not a point in my outline. Because again, I don't think it matters at all, really, if that makes sense. Anyways, here's another one. Here's another one that I feel like is very, very... But thank you for checking me on it, by the way. A part of the reason I do these live in front of an audience is because I don't want to make massive overgeneralizations and then spread them, and then nobody from the community that I'm talking about or who is affected by what I'm talking about has an ability to say, well, hey, actually, I don't know about this one thing. I don't want it to feel super uneven, so I appreciate it. That being said, speaking of makeup, the next one, are we already on we're already on 8 out of 10. We're moving through this a little bit faster than I thought we would. The next one is this illusion bronze scenario. All right, y'all. This is the one part of my outline where I thought I was going to get jumped. I don't want to get jumped for not completely agreeing with the way that this controversy played out. So let me just press play really fast.
Those lies have cost me $10,000. Yes.
Hold on. Wait, let me start it over.
$10,000 in debt.
Hold on. Wait. It's a strong opening. It's a strong opening. Okay, here we go.
Mikayla's lies have cost me $10,000. Yes, I am $10,000 in debt because of her lies. In October, I made a video asking Mikayla if there was any way she would review my small business. My business, Illusion Bronze, went...
Okay. So this is a bit of a long one, but essentially this person asked Mikayla, hey, you know, can you do a video for us? Mikayla, in typical Mikayla fashion, lied and said, yeah, we're totally going to do that, and then did not do that. I am not defending that. That's extremely lame. I shouldn't say it's lame. Sorry. That's actually an ableist slur, which I've been working on. That's extremely uncool. Okay. It's not a nice thing to do. It's not a nice thing to do. However,
last year, and in the video to Mikayla, I just explained, hey, there's this multi-million-dollar company who's sort of knocking off my idea, and I could really use your help. If you don't know, Illusion Bronze is the
okay. Sorry, this is such a long TikTok. I think I'm just gonna find the Business Insider.
Mikayla.
Oh, oops. Oh wait, that wasn't Business Insider. There we go. I'm gonna find the Business Insider recap of this. Someone said, "Lame is ableist." Well, it's not a slur. Sorry, I didn't mean slur, but like. I've had people tell me, hey, if there are other words that you could use instead of lame, maybe use them since it's not a nice word for us to hear. And I was like, okay, I can work with that. There's plenty of other ways I could say something's uncool, especially when I'm just trying to say it's uncool. People are saying, since when is it ableist? It really is a thing. Y'all, I'm not like virtue signaling or anything like that. There are definitely some people with disabilities that are like pretty vocal about the fact that they don't like that word. And so I'm just like, that's fine with me. I won't use it because there's other words. There's other words. Someone said it feels too overcorrecting. Here's the thing though, like, I'm not finna sit here and tell anybody that they're overcorrecting. Like, if you, for example, have a disability that affects your mobility, and all throughout history, people have been saying like, oh, you're like a cripple or you're lame. You can't walk. You can't do this, that, the other. And then you personally feel just kind of annoyed at the fact that people consistently use lame, which was referring to your disability, to refer to things that are bad or uncool. I understand that. It doesn't matter to me that like the word might have been super common and wasn't being used negatively or whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's a really easy thing to do. But again, like I just default to like going with things that are easy for me to change. Or even if things are difficult for me to change, I will still try to change it. But I'm not trying to unilaterally say everybody who has a disability. I have a disability. I was just saying everyone who has a disability agrees with this opinion. I'm just saying it's something I've heard. Someone said, no, it's ableist. Yeah, no. Also, overcorrection is fine. I want to throw that out there too. It's totally okay to overcorrect and swing away from ableism because so much ableism is invisible. So much of it happens and people don't even realize what they're doing. I know that's the vast majority of times I'm being able to assist because I didn't even see it. So I'm fine with a little bit of overcorrection personally. Someone said I'm both definitively lame and uses term as an expression. Yeah, if you yourself want to do that, that's fine. Like me trying to think of words that I'm not allowed to use. But like, for example, like if you're a woman and you want to call yourself a bad bee, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, actually the B word is a misogynist slur, so you should never use that to describe yourself. You can reclaim it all you want. All I'm saying is I, as a man, I'm not really going to sit here and call you a bee. And I feel the same way about the, like, just things like that, you know? Someone said up your woke levels, people. Yeah, no. I mean, like, I know that we make fun of people for being too woke and stuff like that, but like, we should all be at least a little bit woke. I think we should all definitely have times where we have to wake up a little bit. You know what I mean? That's the thing that I realized, like, there are some things when brought to my attention that I genuinely don't understand. And I feel like I've been trying to work on my response to those things instead of it being rejection and me being like, oh, that doesn't sound right. I just try to see where people are coming from. Reading chat. Everyone get more woke now. Being woke is peak. Yeah, let's be a little bit woke, okay? I'm gonna end the topic there. Some people with a disability have expressed that they don't like when lame is used, and so in an effort to be woke, I'm gonna listen to that small group of people and change what I'm doing, because I don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong with changing your behavior to make other people more comfortable, as much as people will tell you it's a bad thing. Anyways, I have talked about this way too much. I made it way more of a thing than it needs to be. So what this guy right here was essentially saying was that because Mikayla said that he was going to do, because Mikayla said that she was going to do a sponsored post, or pray for me, y'all. I can say this sentence in a way that makes sense. Because Mikayla said that she was going to do a review, he suspected that there was going to be a massive surge in his product being sold. And so he bought, he took out a loan for $10,000, trying to accrue $10,000 worth of product. That way it wouldn't like be sold out or whatever if people tried to buy it after Mikayla mentioned it. Y'all, it's just bad business. Y'all, that's just bad business. Mikayla haters are probably going to come for me for this one. I know that they're going to come for me for this. She has a whole subreddit. And some of the people there are really scary. I'm sorry, that is genuinely bad business. Granted, you were lied to and you made a decision based off of a lie, and that was wrong. Mikayla is the one who was wrong in this scenario, but like, Mikayla definitely did not tell this dude to order $10,000 worth of products using a Shopify loan. Dude, why did you do that? I don't want to sound like victim blaming. Someone said, I'm not a hater, I just find it problematic. I don't hate her. Someone said, I don't like her, but he made this a big problem and then got up to sympathy points. Yeah, dude. Not a Mikayla stan, and she was still very much wrong in the scenario, and I hope that that's clear. But yeah, no, like, when I saw what really happened, I was like, you just took out that loan of your own. No one told you to do this. Mikayla wasn't like, yeah, we're gonna move this much product. You just gotta move this much product. I say like we're selling people Coke. Dude, I don't think that was a good idea. I don't think that was a good idea. Someone said, baby girl, no one told you to do that. Nobody told him to do that. Anyway, this just spiraled into a back and forth. Let's see. Pulling her response.
Mikayla has posted.
Sorry, we have someone in the bottom corner talk. Oh, wait. This is so stupid. Okay. We have a beauty influencer in the background. And then we have some guy in front of her complaining about her. And then we have some person in front of him telling us about that scenario. And now you have me in the bottom corner trying to tell you that I don't think any of this was that big of a deal in the first place. Sometimes I do hit a point with commentary specifically where I'm like, wouldn't life just be easier if this person in the very back, this person in the very back, we just stopped paying any sort of attention to them? And then he wouldn't be here, and this person wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't be here, and we all wouldn't be here sitting in the live chat. Granted, life is more fun this way for sure, but sometimes it really hits me like, what are we doing? Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Just to suffer? Anyways.
Has posted a response in regards to Matthew's video.
I really like Matthew. Matthew's a really nice guy. I've had good conversations with him. But I find it really unfortunate that he decided to take this issue to TikTok and fabricate a lie. Am I entirely wrong that I didn't review the Tana when I said I would? Yes. Did I mention him that I didn't get to it? Yes. But still, nonetheless, I should have reviewed the Tana sooner. To fabricate a lie that when I told him I used his Tana, he says I lied to him and used a spray tan.
Now we're getting too far into the weeds. But yeah, no, I have to, I'm not siding with Mikayla because I'm not playing sides here. Everybody sucks here. Is anybody here familiar with the phrase everybody sucks here? It gets used on Reddit when people do am I the a-hole? Sometimes people will just be like ESH. Everyone sucks here. Except me. I didn't do anything. It's not my fault. I'm just telling you about it. Don't shoot the messenger. Somebody said she's not obligated to talk about any product, especially when she's technically doing a favor. Yes, that's my opinion right there. Granted, you're still completely entitled to your own opinion about the scenario. That's just me. Everybody sucks here. All right, so we only really have 2 things left on this list before I just have to tap out because there's only truly so much mikayla nogueira that I can take. Oh wait, speaking of that, what do y'all think about this format? I think like this is kind of how I wanted to structure videos for people who are problematic but not actually hateful. I can't necessarily, I saw a lot of people saying things. Now granted, I have definitely seen some things that Mikayla has done that people have said are hateful or whatever. They didn't really get talked about, or I didn't really quickly get to the bottom of what they were saying. I'm not saying she's never done anything that's actually bad. What I'm saying is people like Jeffree Star are on this platform, right? People like James Charles are on this platform. You've got groomers. I have tried to really make this video feel lighthearted. It's not cool at all to scam people. It's not cool to consistently get away with things that you really, truly, truly should get some sort of reproach for. I genuinely can't believe it's so easy. I genuinely can't believe it's so easy to lie to people and still have a career, to mislead them into buying products. It all just reeks of like consumerist, capitalist, awful ickiness, right? It's really bad and should be called out. That being said, I personally have been getting really burned out from people taking people like this and kind of turning it into like whole documentary stuff where it's like at the end of the day, this person does just kind of suck. Now, me saying that is hilarious when I have also literally done this in the past. All I'm telling you is I don't always feel this strongly about everybody I talk about. Like, you know, a Caroline Calloway video or whatever, 2.5 hours, I genuinely had that much to say. I really did feel like this is a story. This is a beginning, middle, and end, and I want to dramatize this. But commentary has been veering into turning literally everything into an essay, when I feel like sometimes we can scale back a little and just be like, oh, hey, look at this pattern of behavior. This pattern of behavior sucks because this person sucks and what they're doing is bad. And then it doesn't have to be like me trying to make you think I'm going to end mikayla nogueira's career with some crazy receipts. That's just me though. That's just me though. That's me. Someone said, bro, I just noticed you're bald. Ain't no way. Was it invisible? How are you perceiving me? How are you perceiving me before? Someone said, keep it real, king. I want to be honest. It's not easy to be honest. It's not easy to be honest. Someone said, I'm watching this while making banana pudding. I don't want to hear about crimes. Yeah, no, exactly. when I say it's not easy to be honest, here's what I mean. There's more of a bag to be had by, I guess, like matching people's freak. Are you familiar with that phrase? I think that's from a Tanashi song. Somebody gonna match my freak. I think everyone is entitled to their freak, their level of freak. And what I mean by that is their level of interest in a scenario or whatever. But like, as a content creator, I know that it is disingenuous to be like, oh, because people are really, really, really deeply interested in this, but because I think it's just more so like a list of bad things, I'm going to try to adopt I'm going to try to meet people where they're at, and we can have like, no, that's not what I'm trying to do. I really, really, really genuinely want y'all to know how I feel about these things. Most people I talk about just kind of suck a bit. And I think that there needs to be checks and balances in places, but like, I'm not going to video essay you over somebody who we don't really need to be paying that much attention to in the first place. So they play it up, I think. They do. I mean, look, here, let me show you how easy it is, though. If y'all have heard of mcconaughey.com, hold on a second, because I'm really about to open some of y'all's eyes. Y'all don't even realize. Or I shouldn't do motion array. I should probably do like epidemic sound. I don't even know if I still have an epidemic sound account. Okay, wait. All you got to do is go to any of these creator sites where they have like royalty-free stuff that you can pay for, and just search documentary. Okay, no, that one's kind of like classical. There we go. Okay, so you take a song like this, and you just turn it down a little. Hold on, let me turn my volume down a little bit. You put it in the background. And then you're like, Mikayla Nogueira has built an audience over the past 5 years based off of lies. Even though it's never caught up to her, people follow her every move, wondering when it will ever catch up to her. But little do they... Chad, I don't care that much. I don't care. I don't have that much energy in my body. I have a limited amount of energy. If you actually think I can sit here and do this for every single person who pisses some people off on the internet, no. I think this is the exact amount of energy that should be brought to Mikayla Nogueira. And I say this as somebody who made videos exactly like that and will continue to do so in the future. Period. Anyways. Also, the song is kind of good, and I might use it in a video later. Don't mess with me. You can see like mixed responses to the Illusion Bronze thing. Just moving on from this. It says people were divided. Some people said they were wary of Nogueira due to previous controversies he'd involved with, as they should be. Others said they thought that the guy was too hasty with his big order. What I don't understand is why is he blaming her for a bad business decision? And I believe both are true. All right, moving on to controversy number 9. I cannot believe we have talked about 8 of these. This is ridiculous. We have her $100,000 luxury haul. That's not an exaggeration. People actually did go through and add this up. Now, granted, just because Mikayla, and by the way, I've been talking about controversies from across the years. This happened at the end of last year. This was mere months ago. In this climate and this economy, Mikayla Nogueira thought it would be really great content to show us $100,000 worth of designer bags. That doesn't mean that she owns them. Okay. A lot of people will fake their hauls or they'll just return everything, etc. But that's not what I'm getting at here.
I went luxury shopping.
Oh, wait. It's still really quiet. My bad. Let me turn it back up. Okay, hold on. I think this should be fine.
So I went luxury shopping and completely blacked out. Stuff I got from Louis Vuitton is literally so good. Like, I can't even tell you how good this haul is about to be.
This is rage bait. Okay? I can't make this She is rage baiting people. I blacked out and went on a Louis Vuitton shopping spree it's almost like ugly levels of overconsumption that you absolutely have to know or is not going to come across nicely to people. So yeah, I saw someone in my comments say they think it was more than 100,000. I think it was. It adds up to more than $100,000 of just designer stuff.
regret it.
People hated this video, okay? People despised it. And I think that they're completely valid to do so. Whereas before I said that that last thing was like, oh, I think that that was overblown or whatever. There's no both sides here. It sucks to upload content like this in this economy, and you have all these people reacting to it. And I personally believe this is Mikayla's intention with this content. The reason I say I feel like it is absolutely 100% rage bait is because de-influencing has been in. De-influencing has been in for a while. That is literally the trend right now. You have people like Nikki Tutorials, who actually in the past is usually pretty hype about the things that she's selling, is now making videos saying Louis Vuitton, are you serious? The stuff like this.
Louis Vuitton Beauté, what do I really think? $250 for an eyeshadow palette containing 4 colors, $160 for a lipstick, and if you bought lip balm, sheer, less of a pigment, is that gonna be cheaper? No, also $160. Who is buying this?
She hates it. I think we all know at this point that designer everything is dramatically overpriced and that the average person consuming beauty content cannot afford it. And so if they're seeing you share this stuff, they want to see you actually pick it apart. $240 for 4 shadows is $62 per color. There's no shadow on earth that's worth that, no matter what quality of plastic is around that. In a world where children are starving and millions of people are being displaced, Louis Vuitton bringing out $160 lipstick is not only absurd, but very telling of who we've become as people. The wealth gap is insane. Okay, I'm not gonna let y'all sit there and tell me like it ain't that deep. It is 100% that deep when you are in the actual beauty community and you have seen how tastes have changed and how people have shifted away from overconsumption. And that is why almost all the comments on this post are like super negative. I splurged today. I got a Dunkin' latte. Girl, rent's due. Student loans are due. Car insurance is due. Not now, please. Roughly $161,000 for both videos. For anyone who's curious, this diva deserves it all. And she hearted this. I think Mikayla Nogueira is even more out of touch than she was 5 years ago when she was telling us we should all try to be influencers. Like, it is disgusting. Let's see if I can afford groceries this week, said most of the population. It sucks. It sucks. What do you mean? Someone said I felt that Dunkin' latte as a splurge. Someone said she's definitely out of touch. Yeah, absolutely. Not the heart. Yeah, no. This is 100% reading as rage bait to me. She doesn't care how this content comes across, or rather she does care a lot that she knows she can just keep doing these hauls. People are gonna react the way that I'm reacting. I think it elicits a very strong reaction out of people, and she probably doesn't even really own all or most of the things that she's showing off. So I find that to be cringe. She doesn't even have to lie about it. And then wrapping that up with the most recent thing that I saw people were upset about. It happened this Christmas break. So what was that? A couple weeks ago? The angel tree incident. Who here knows about Mikayla Nogueira and the angel tree incident? Low-key, that's the only reason I actually know anything about her. I somehow missed the vast majority of these. I remember some of them. I remember the phrase last gate, but I didn't know what it referred to. No, dude, the angel tree thing was so... It's like everything wrong with influencers. Okay, so... She says right here in this video, around 13 seconds in,
with me to go holiday shopping, guys. I'm decorating for Christmas tomorrow. I am so excited.
My eyes, I use the ColourPop Grinch palette. I'm hitting up all the spots, okay? Home Sense, Home Goods, TJ Maxx, Tag It, you name it. I am also hoping to do a bunch of angel trees. Now, a lot of people have been asking me to do those, and I do, but I'm confused if you want me to film it or not, okay?
one thing y'all gotta remember is that she told us she was gonna do the angel tree thing. This is gonna twist in a second to a lot of people defending her and saying like, oh, she doesn't owe anybody anything. You don't have to do anything. Angel tree adoptions are this thing that the Salvation Army does, right? Where, look, if you're able, please consider purchasing items and dropping off at our angel tree warehouse, right? So essentially it's donation to the Salvation Army that she said she was going to do. that people in the comments were saying like, oh, we would like to see this. Do the angel trees and donate money from the video to charity. Yes, video the angel tree. It brings more awareness when people with large followers do this. People are annoying. Show us the angel shopping because it's fun. The people who know your intentions about it, y'all do not know her intentions. If y'all thought that she had good ones, let me tell you right now, I've been following Mikayla Nogueira for essentially a day to make this video. Y'all been following her for 5 years. You don't know her as well as I do. This was going to end poorly. So a month later, when people start asking her, like, oh, hey, you said you were going to do this thing. Mikayla, where is this video? We're so into this idea of you doing charity. That's beautiful. Let's do it. She starts getting really, really snippy and nasty. Mean Mikayla, the Mikayla that I personally believe is totally rude to waiters, jumps out. Someone says, did you do the angel tree? And she says, did you? Mikayla, the person you're responding to is not doing $100,000 Louis Vuitton hauls. I think you have a little bit more social responsibility to help out in ways that you can. But actually, OP was like, I was able to save enough to do too. I was so excited. So what about you? And Mikayla says, didn't happen if there's no video. Why are we talking about charity this way? I don't understand this. Or I do, because again, it is literally rage bait, which I have to keep reminding myself. And so then all of her fans start getting really, really defensive about this, because she starts getting really defensive about it. She's in her TikTok saying like, oh my gosh, I don't know why everybody's like being so pissy about this angel tree thing that I said I would do. And people in the comments are like, are people seriously bullying her about the angel tree videos? You know, it's her money and she does whatever she wants. Getting harassed over an angel tree video. All these people complaining about you not doing an angel tree probably haven't even done one themselves. Okay, I'm an influencer, right? I don't have $100,000 to go drop on Louis Vuitton right now. Not even me. I don't have 17 million followers on TikTok. The average person consuming your content, it's not their responsibility. The people in the comments are absorbing Mikayla's energy towards this because she gets real, real snippy about it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Do you know how long for the packaging is?
Oh my gosh, it's so long.
Very thin. Into my skin. Point of view. Shitting me. I am obsessed with that. That I have fully blended. It is so lightweight face formula because it has. Like, I'm impressed, NYX. That's what I want from a foundation. Like, I want into my skin. But NYX had literally one job.
How did she somehow fit angel tree discourse into that video? Okay. I'm on topic 10 and I'm running out of patience. I don't know if I can sit through 3 minutes of this. I'm gonna try one more time. Wait. Okay, there we go. Full speed. Double speed.
What the hell took so long? Cannot express to you how excited I am about this. The NYX Make 'em Wonder Soft Matte Buildable Foundation. I have wanted NYX to drop a new foundation for literally years. They think it's like this toddle situation. I'll prep my skin with point of view. Then NYX. This is melting into my skin. Point of view, but also, guys, shade match, good. I need it as much as I thought. But the way this is melting into my skin is sending me. I am obsessed with that.
This video is sending me. Hold on. I swear to God. This is the video.
Okay. I have fully blended face. Also on my face. It is stunning. That I don't even feel like I need powder with this eye down. Just based on the description. Oh my gosh. The way that this
okay, you know what? Maybe I pulled the wrong clip. Yeah, everybody in the comments is saying like, oh, people are harassing her over the angel tree. It must be a separate thing. Hold on, wait.
Think about the angel.
I had the wrong video. Because people were commenting on that video about the angel tree thing. I thought that was her response to the angel tree thing. This is her response to the angel tree thing. My bad. So much Mikayla content.
Think about the angel tree. I don't know what the hell is going on in my comment section, but I always plan to do it on December 14th because I'm getting together with my college friends that day, and that's the day we're going to do it. It does say it ends on the 15th, so that's what I plan to do. Now, if
First of all, what kind of whack timing is that? Oh, this event ends. Let me just try to do it the day before, but like if it doesn't work out,
if it does end earlier than I thought, and I'm not able to do it on Sunday, I've donated $25,000 to the Salvation Army, and that will do a lot faster than I can do going to Walmart and buying Angel Tree stuff. But I'm still going to attempt to do it if they have it. But
so she missed it. But she donated only a quarter of what she would drop on Louis Vuitton bags to the Salvation Army instead of going to Walmart and doing Angel Tree stuff. So why were any of you mad? I feel like this is such a good example of mikayla nogueira controversy, because literally watching the scenario change in real time from like, oh, I said I was going to do this, into, oh my gosh, everybody's saying I'm going to do this and you're all being really weird. You do it. It's not my responsibility. Into, oh yeah, I don't know. I was going to try to do it, but whatever. I just threw money at it. It's like a perfect circle. That's mikayla nogueira for you. There is genuinely no better microcosm situation to describe why people are upset at her. So I say all this to say, to any mikayla nogueira, I don't know, hater is a really strong word, because I don't feel like most of the people criticizing her hate her. I feel like most of them are critical of the things that she's doing. Do I feel like the average mikayla nogueira critic is justified? Yes, I do. I really do. I think that she is one of the more egregious examples of lying to people and still maintaining a massive audience. She's an example of there being no sort of checks and balances, and just basically what greed looks like personified. But she is finally sort of starting to see consequences because of this. It's going to happen really slowly. I mean, it should have happened a really long time ago, right? But if you just go to like a random post, this is from like the end of last year, right? This is recent. Oh my God. People are AI generating photos to make fun of her. We live in a dystopia. Anyways, she's over here using a product, right? I'm going to mute this. Telling people that she's using, I don't even know what that is. Essence, whatever. I don't know. Why did I sit here and just act like I could identify a makeup product by looking at it? This is why you should not listen to men who sit in front of microphones or sit behind microphones. I actually genuinely, for a second, I really thought I was going to look at what she was holding in her hand and be like, oh yeah, obviously that's like foundation setting spray liner. You can tell. I know a lot about that because right now people are listening to me and I have a Shure SM7B microphone. I don't know anything about makeup. But anyway, she told people she used one product. And you can see many people in the comments saying, now tell us what foundation you actually used, or showing photo evidence of her using one thing and people feeling like the colors look different, even though people were saying, oh, it was just lighting, etc., etc., etc. Girl, you did not use the pink. Let me tell you this right now. This is the feedback that this is what's going to kind of drag her down off of this pedestal. You have to come between somebody and their bag, okay? When somebody pays for a sponsorship or a wedding, and they see that everybody in your comments is not believing you, and then people are actually not buying the things that you're promoting to them, you're not gonna, I don't know what this posture is. Am I your therapist? You're not gonna get brand deals. Okay, so it took a really long time before people just stopped default believing everything that mikayla nogueira was saying, but I feel like it is finally happening. Finally, she's being met with more skepticism. I feel like this should have happened immediately after Lashgate. Personally, I feel like it should have happened the moment she tried to sell somebody a foundation, but it was actually a filter. Also, can we please justice for actual good skin? I have really good skin. The thing, hold on. I feel really strongly about this. Let me drink some water. I work really hard to have good skin. on camera. It's not easy to do. It ain't a filter. But y'all have turned good skin into something that it is not. This is good skin. You see I have a bump right here. This is temporary. It's going to go away. My skin is still good. Okay? You see I have acne scars here on the side of my face. Those are going to be there forever. My skin is still good. My skin is still beautiful. I have great skin. It doesn't mean that I have no flaws or imperfections. That's not what that means. Great skin means I'm moisturizing. It means I'm wearing my sunscreen. It means I'm doing the best I can. It means I'm using products that help me specifically with my skin type and accepting that whatever quote unquote imperfections or flaws or whatever, they will go away as they need to. Like, I hate actually that people think good skin equals you have no texture or this, that, the other. As somebody who's actually really into skincare and knows what the final result of good skin looks like, I'm so over people like this. So yeah, go away. Please, I have skin texture. It's so dumb. Here, let me show y'all something right now. Because I think it's kind of interesting. I really do. I said let me show y'all something and then I couldn't find it. Hold on, 2026. I'm just looking for my profile picture. Oh, here I am. I look cute. Okay? I'm gonna be real honest with you. I look cute in this photo. You see this bump right here? It's real small. It's not even there anymore. Or I think it was over here. It's not even there anymore. I realized, you know what? This is just how I look right now. I'm taking this profile picture. It's gonna be my YouTube picture forever. I have a small little pimple right here on my jaw. But I could still kill somebody with this jaw. So what do you mean? At the end of the day, I'm still going to be serving face because I am allergic to not serving. I'm incapable of not doing it. It's like when y'all really think about it. Answer me this. I'm not saying I think I look even half as good as Marilyn Monroe did. I'm saying I think I look equally good. We should all feel like Marilyn. Y'all think that her beauty mark made her look worse? Please. If anything, you reach a certain level, it's finna enhance you. You can't look bad. She could have anything on her face, and we would look at photos of Marilyn and be like, wow, she was pretty bad. Bad, positive. So yeah, I want us to be baddies with like skin texture and marks on our faces and skin that we have actually lived in. Please, for the love of God, and stop selling filters to people and being like, oh yeah, this is what good skin looks like. Anyways, that's all I have to say about skincare. That's my one little tiny comment about beauty. I don't know anything about makeup. I do know things about skincare. Because I always have that camera in my face. I'm always on camera saying something stupid. I have to look good while doing it. Some people literally get Monroe piercings because of her. Yeah, Marilyn was the blueprint for real. Actually, it's kind of funny to think, like, what would someone... I'm not talking about her as a personal person. I don't know anything about Marilyn Monroe's personal life. I'm just wondering, like, what would something like this look like today? Like, if Marilyn Monroe existed in 2026 at the age that she was at, like, her peak, what would she be doing? Do we think that she would be acting? Or would Marilyn Monroe be selling us e.l.f. cosmetics? I really do wonder. I have the dumbest thoughts in my head, but sometimes I think about like people who were famous historically, and I'm like, would they do the thing that they were famous for in this economy, or in this current climate, or would they just be an influencer? Which is, I realize, very grandiose of me to think, but I always have to worry, or I always have to wonder. I'm reading chat. Someone says crazy how she's become more of an icon than a person. Yeah, there is a certain level of like immortalized that I would not want to be, because then people almost forget that you were a whole person. I'm reading chat. I'm reading chat. Someone said people would hate her because people always find a way to hate women. That is true, though. Actually, wait. That is true for real, for real. The hate trains against Marilyn Monroe, if she was on, like, Instagram, would be crazy. They would be crazy. Anyways, that's enough. That's enough about everything. Wait. Oh, I did it. I covered everything. It hasn't even been 2 hours. Yo, I have been trying. I've been trying to like balance digression with ranting about everything, or I've been trying to balance like staying on topic and not going too long. In 2 hours, I feel like I have, to an adequate degree, explained the 519 controversy. AKA where she said we should all try being influencers for a day. I've explained the accent, or the laccent, as I call it. We went over Lashgate and the problem that was. We talked about skin filtering. Okay, the waitress incident, which I feel like most people don't even remember happened, but is a pretty important key in the puzzle that is Mikayla Nogueira's personality. We talked about the wedding, the sponsorship, the lack thereof. I don't think the wedding matters that much. I just think it's an important data point. We talked about Ozempic, or we didn't talk about it because I don't care what medications people are using. That's weird. We talked about Illusion Bronze. We talked about $100,000 haul. And lastly, we talked about the angel tree and the fact that that is why nobody believes her anymore about anything that she does, and probably won't. And I can't really see her having a successful career, like, say, even 2 years from now. Because I'm telling you, those brands are going to get pissed off when they book you and you are not converting. But whatever. Whatever. Someone said I really like this topic. I'm glad that you like this topic. I wanted this to be an enjoyable stream. I'm reading chat. Okay. Someone said, weren't we going to talk about Matthew McConaughey? Yeah, we are, after I recorded the outro, which I'm going to do right now. If you're new to the live stream, don't leave. I'm not ending the live stream. We're going to talk about the second thing, but I have to say bye to YouTube for my video first. But hopefully you never have to think about, wait, I just realized I never recorded an intro. Chat. Oh, I think I just flicked you off accidentally. Sorry. Y'all need to help me record an intro. Usually my intro is just 3 things where I'm like, hi, I'm D'Angelo, and this video is about A, B, and C. What should my A, B, and C be? I could say, like, hi, I'm D'Angelo. This is the one part I forgot to actually write down in my outline. Hi, I'm D'Angelo, and this video is about, I don't know, habitual liars. What else? I need some topics. I could say, hey, this is about habitual liars. What are the other 2 things I should say? Oh, accents. I should say something about accents. Strange accents? Habitual liars? No, we're going to replace that. I want the accent thing to be a surprise for people. And also, some people do have Mikayla Nogueira's accent in real life, so I don't want that to come across. See, I have to think about these things. We're going to say it's about shady advertisements, habitual liars, and what happens when there's no checks and balances. And getting followers is just the name of the game. Shady advertisements, habitual liars, and what happens when there's no checks and balances, and gaining followers is just the name of the game. I like that. Hi, I'm D'Angelo, and this video is about shady advertisements, habitual liars, and what happens when there's just no checks and balances, and gaining followers is just the name of the game, apparently. Okay, that was a good one. Okay, wait. Now I'm going to eat the outro up. But hopefully you never have to think about Mikayla Nogueira ever again. I certainly will try not to. But yeah, I actually recorded this video right here live on YouTube, where I stream pretty often. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Unless I don't. In which case, I'm probably sleeping. Or I just chose not to do my work today, which is really on you and not me. Anyways, I hope to see you in the next video or the next stream. Or if not, it doesn't really matter. Okay, bye. I've been saying bye weirder every single time. My bye is downgrading. I think the first time I was like, bye. And now I'm ending my streams like, bye. Bye, guys. All right. All right. Who ready for my second topic? My second topic is a lot shorter. My second topic is like much shorter. It's cringe though. I'll tell you that right now. It's still pretty cringe. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me pull up the outline for that one. I don't have much of an outline for that one actually, because I feel like unlike this mikayla nogueira topic, my second one is literally just me going off of vibes, which is fun to do sometimes. Someone says, your voice okay? Usually, I don't know. I feel like I can devolve into like just raspy grandpa stuff sometimes, but it's not even because there's anything wrong with my voice. It's just because I get lazy. It's just because I get lazy. Someone said to be cringe is to be free. Well, there's a certain kind of cringe that is good and that should be normalized. But there's a certain kind of deep in your soul cringe that is too much for me. Someone said I thought the two topics were related. How many people here thought that mikayla nogueira and Matthew McConaughey had done something together? I tried really hard to not give that impression. I did not want to mislead people into thinking that. And then you show up and you're like, mikayla nogueira and Matthew McConaughey. I tried to like really separate those things out. I really did. Someone said I still think lies, lashes, and losing an audience would have been great. That would have been much better because it's alliteration. And alliteration is always the right answer. Okay, yeah, sorry. I misled some of y'all. It was an accident, I swear. I really do. All right. I'm pulling up my... Actually... Where even is that outline? Is that not in my OneDrive? Hold on. Oh, this is so funny. Okay. This outline's on my phone. Let me send it to myself. How is it? Okay. Broski. All right, y'all are going to see the actual or how my outlines start. It's rough. It's rough, buddy. I'll tell you that right now. We're going to create a new Word document called Matt with, yeah. Okay, cool. This is so stupid. And I'm going to just paste what I have from my phone into my OneDrive. Yeah, I made this outline when I woke up from a nap. I had fallen asleep. I was literally like sleeping on the couch. And then I woke up and I was like, Matthew McConaughey's poetry book. That would be a really funny video. And so then I just took a little bit of time and I did a little bit of research into Mr. Matt over here. And then I fell back asleep. So that outline never actually made its way into my actual devices. All right, let's see. Okay, I don't know why it pasted in Times New Roman. That's not usually the font I would be using for my outlines, but we were going to have to take what we can get. Beggars cannot be choosers. I'm reading chat. Someone says sleep, Matthew. Psycho says, no, dude, don't ask me how anything in my brain connects to anything else because I could never tell you. Oh, wait, I was scrolling through my stuff and I accidentally saw music. I'm not trying to share music with y'all. Actually, y'all want to hear some music? A little bit of music? Here. I am always working on various things, but I'll show you this end screen that I was going to use, but then I changed my mind against because I don't believe in end screens anymore. But the song would have been really good. Okay. So I was going to put this at the end of all my videos. Volume warning, it may be loud, but I don't care. You can figure it out. I mean, tell me that's not kind of fire. I feel like it's kind of fire. Personally, I think that will go hard as an outro. I whipped that one out. I produced it. We don't generate things over here. We produce them with our minds and our skills. Yeah, I think that's a fire outro. Hey, y'all are saying it slaps. Y'all are saying it's heat. Okay, period. Period. Look, I be producing. Sometimes, not often. Not often. Okay, wait. You want to hear one other thing? You want to hear one more thing? I have to warn you that this is experimental music. Watch me say that and then play like the most boring electronic stuff that you've heard 5,000 times before. Hold on. But I think this one's pretty good too, if I remember correctly. Again, the volume might be kind of lame or whatever. So I was just like experimenting with that one song, Come With Me and You'll Be in a World of Your Imagination. And I started off with that like melody line. And then I wound up flipping it into whatever this is. This is so fire. This is actually genuinely fire. Hold on. It's crazy. I hope it's not too loud, but it's fine. You'll live. That's all I've got. I didn't finish that track, but I feel like if you've ever wanted an example of like, what does the average D'Angelo soundscape sound like? What sort of sounds intrigue him? What is he in Ableton doing or recreating or playing with? Is stuff like that. Because I just think music is really cool and fun and interesting. Do you like it? Do you like it? Yay! Yay! Okay, cool. Everyone likes it. Yay! Okay, it's kind of cool when you don't suck at the thing that you spend a lot of time doing. I mean, that's just me. That's just me. Someone says giving old gaming music that I miss. All the music I make sounds like old gaming music. If you like Final Fantasy, if you like JRPGs, if you like things that happened before 2000, if you like things that happened in Japan, musically, yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely the guy for you, for sure, if you're an electronic person. Someone to finish it, please. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Anyways, someone said disorganized, organized music, as I like to call it. Yes, I feel like ADHD plays actually a massive role sometimes in that, like, I will have ideas for connections between things that don't feel logical to me. I'm just like, wait, oh, I should do this thing. And I just think it's just how my brain works. But like, that's just me. I think everybody should take whatever it is about them and figure out how to convert it. Monetize everything in your life. Even your disorder. Just kidding. Because I don't monetize my music. I don't sell it. I don't sell it. Someone said get signed to PC Music. I would be terrible under a record label because I don't finish things on time. PC Music would be like, oh yeah, D'Angelo. I love PC Music, by the way, but they'd be like, oh yeah, D'Angelo, like, we're really rocking with this new, like, experimental stuff you're doing. Come over here and, like, you know, let's do this album release that we've been talking about. And I would be like, album? Oh, y'all mean that album that I told y'all I was working on? I changed my mind, and that doesn't exist anymore, and I deleted it, and I'm not finishing it. Oh, y'all already announced that I was releasing an album? Because I had turned something in? That doesn't exist anymore. That would be me on a record label. It would be awful. I would be nightmarish. I would be so bad for people. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because I'm already this way with brands. This is real deep D'Angelo lore, which most of you probably didn't notice because it's a really minor thing. But do you ever notice how a lot of YouTubers will go live on the final day of the month? Let me tell you right now, that's because of sponsors, obviously. Sponsors, most of them have a monthly budget, right? If you look at the ratio of my videos on my video essay channel that were published in the beginning of the month, it's not because I'm so ahead of the curve. So it's not because I'm so ahead or caught up that like I finished early. I usually have to bully brands into being like, listen, I signed a contract and I did say that this thing was going to be done by this time, but it's not because the video just isn't good enough and I'm not posting it. So if you want to cancel, that's fine. Usually they don't cancel. 9 times out of 10, you can totally bully a brand into getting whatever date you want. They will have to like restructure. I should not be saying this publicly, But when you do get enough views, brands will restructure their budget for you because they don't want to drop you. So I've had brands just shift everything over for me. I've seen all my colleagues posting things on the 31st, and I'm like, more power to you. I can't do it. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Someone say, please say you like Legend of Zelda. I do. Legend of Zelda is such a great game, series, everything. And I'm excited for the movie, cautiously excited for the movie. But I mean, like, I have no empathy or sympathy in my heart for like corporations because time isn't real anyway. So how does it matter that we all agreed that this was like a June video if I post it in July, if time is relative? Sorry, I'm horrible about the brand stuff. So the old know your value. I cosplayed Link. I did cosplay Link a really long time ago. Wait, chat, do you think I can find that? Sorry, I know we're supposed to be talking about Matthew McConaughey, and we will. We will talk about Matthew McConaughey. I promise you. But I want to see if I can find my Link cosplay. Oh, I really hate searching for photos of myself. Okay, D'Angelo Wallace Link cosplay. Please, for the love of God, don't show me anything embarrassing. Oh, I can't find it. Oh, wait, hold on. I have a better idea. I should use my old Twitter handle. Oh, yay. It's nowhere on the internet. Okay, cool. None of you will ever find this. That's good. Because I hate old pictures of myself. Let me try one more thing. Yeah, no, this is just yeeted from the internet. That's crazy that you remembered that when it's nowhere anymore. Oh, old pictures are coming up. Oh, no, they're not good. They're not good. I don't like them. Okay, wait, hold on. You know what? Screw it. Let's look at some of these old pictures of me. Okay. So, I don't know why these all come up when I search D'Angelo Wallace cosplay. These are not all me. Some of these pictures are good and some of these pictures are not good. Becoming a style icon is a work in progress. Okay, you have to do it bit by bit. So, for example, like this right here, this is a good picture. That's really good. I looked pretty decent. I looked pretty drippy. I was quite a bit younger. I wouldn't wear that today at all. Not even, you would have to kill me first and then dress me in that. But like, that's a pretty decent picture. You have other pictures like this where it's like, hold on. Chad, I don't really know. Chad, I'm not really sure. It was a very long time ago. I was just putting various things on and trying to eat. That was supposed to be like a Santa Claus inspired look that somebody put on Reddit for some reason. That's pretty awful. That's pretty bad. Someone turned me into a Ken doll on Reddit, and this is actually really good. That's dope. That's fire. I like that. And also, I made this jacket myself. And by made, I mean purchased and then added the strawberries to with rhinestones. And so I like this look a lot. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, no, some of my old pictures are great. And some of them make me want to lie and say that's not me in these photos because I would never be caught dead looking that bad. Someone said, it's fine, you were trying things. I was definitely like figuring myself out. I was learning things. But yeah, I don't really know why I can't find the Link picture, but it happened and it was pretty cool. Maybe someday, if I find it before the next stream, I'll pull it up for you. Oh my God, wow, yeah. Why is it so difficult to like look at photos of yourself? That's the thing, is like, I feel like the misconception is because I am a YouTuber and we out here, we on camera, like I must genuinely love, I don't know, the sound of my own voice, or like I must just think I'm such hot, you know what, or this, that, the other. To a point. To a point, I am okay with the sound of my own voice because I've been editing it for years. I've accepted it. To a point, I really do love the way that I look because I put a lot of effort into it and I think it's really fun and cool. But like, does anybody really like seeing themselves? Because I actually feel like to genuinely enjoy looking at photos of yourself, especially from eras that you feel no longer represent you, it takes a special kind of person to be in that scenario. It really truly does. And it ain't me. It ain't me. I'll tell you that right now. I just get so like, but then it's all kind of this part of this larger issue where like, I also think that being perceived as a living individual is low-key one of my biggest L's in life. And that it would actually be so much nicer for me and a little bit more gender affirming if people just sort of thought of me as like an entity or like a ball of light or like a vibe or like sludge or I don't know, just like a sound wave or even something that you could pick up on equipment that measures like radiation. That's how I feel or how I identify. But unfortunately, whatever that feeling is inside of me, there's a whole body wrapped around it. It's trapped and stuck inside of this. And so all I can really do is like stick metal through this or put fancy pictures on this, shave all the hair off of this, be okay with people saying that this is a man, even though I didn't choose that. But really deep, deep, deep down, I am literally just a vibe. Like I'm actually nothing. That's what I identify as. And I feel like it doesn't make sense. I might be veering into some weird stuff here, but like there is this pocket of people who I don't identify as anything. Don't identify me. Like what pronouns do you prefer? I would prefer that I didn't have to use pronouns. You could just think of me in complete thoughts without perceiving me as an individual. But now we're just being stupid. Or I'm being stupid. That's just how I feel sometimes. Matthew McConaughey. Someone said the relatable non-binary experience. No, oh my gosh. Like, listen, there's like so many ways to be non-binary. I know I just said Matthew McConaughey and I'm going to start talking about being non-binary for a second. There are so many ways to be non-binary because there are 0 ways to be non-binary. That's the beautiful thing about it. It's not a way of being. It's just... It also is, but it's not just one way of being. But there is a really specific way of being non-binary that I relate to really hard. And it's sort of the idea that like this whole being perceived as anything is sort of like not something I signed up for. That's how I feel as a non-binary person. I'm just like, I feel non-binary because I don't think I identify with the actual idea of people being able to think of me at all. And I know that might not make sense to a lot of people, but that is where I'm at. You ever wonder, where is he on the gender spectrum? Outside of it, or staring at it, wondering who put me in the spectrum. I didn't sign up for this. Please, for the love of God. Why can't I just like radiate good vibes at people? I literally could have just been born as like, I don't know, a cloud that gave people shade for a little bit and evaporated, and I think I still would have felt as happy as I do now being a person. Or I might have, there's a small chance I would have been even a little bit happier as a cloud. I think I feel a little bit more represented by the cloud than I do as being represented as an actual person. But that's just me personally. That's just me. I see a lot of people saying same. It's not an uncommon experience. And that's what I had to educate myself. Because I felt wild. I felt crazy. I was like, what do I mean? Like, this sounds silly or stupid when I say it out loud. But then like looking into things and seeing people's lived experiences and people being like, oh yeah, I also really don't identify with much of this at all. And I feel just kind of like a general dysphoria at the idea of being perceived. I was like, I didn't even know that could be a form of dysphoria. I just thought, because I was thinking about it in too much of a binary way. I was thinking of it in too much of a binary way. Someone said this is a thought experiment for me. Brain expansion imminent. Yeah, look, if you were hearing me say all these things and it doesn't like make any sense, I'll just leave you with this thought. Me personally, and some people who maybe also feel like they express themselves in the same way, I literally don't identify as anything. I don't identify as anything. And because of that, that's why I am non-binary personally. I'm just, you could say a gender or this, that, the other. Now, funnily enough, I do also identify as a man, which is like, what is he talking about? Now you're making even less sense. Don't worry about it. It's very like they have nothing to do with each other. Me not really identifying as a man, but also still being like, well, I am still a man because that's how I feel. That's the beautiful thing about non-binary, because there's not one way of being it. There's so many ways of being it. Yay. I just for so long I didn't want to come across as irrational to people, or I didn't want to come across as like not having the tools in my toolkit to explain everything, because I'm so good at explaining things for the most part. I'm known for explaining things, and I felt like, oh, I don't want to have to explain my gender, or I don't want to start explaining my gender to people, and then it doesn't make sense. But then I realized this is a glass is cleaning cloth. I realized a beautiful, beautiful thing, which is that like there are aspects of me that just don't have to make any sense to you. Yay! Self-acceptance. Hello, LGBT community. I finally arrived. It took a really long time. That's where I'm at personally. I don't identify as Jack Diddley Squat, but you could just say he, him. It's easier for me. All right. Matthew McConaughey. So I put this in my OneDrive. Now I've got to see if I can actually find it in my OneDrive. Let's see. I named it Matt. You would genuinely think. Hold on. I could literally see this. Oh, I never saved it. Oh, why did it save in this folder? That's so random. Hold on. I'm trying, chat. I want to do the Matthew McConaughey topic. I do. I could also just end the stream right now and we could talk about it later. But I actually genuinely wanted to talk about dude. I wanted to talk about bro. I found him. I found him. I found him. Okay. Okay. I don't have very many notes. For Mr. Matthew McConaughey over here. I only wrote 3 notes. I said weirdo, because remember I made this when I was half asleep. I said coward, and I said guru. And I was like, I trust future me to be able to explain this well enough. What do I mean? That I think Matthew McConaughey is a weirdo, coward, and a guru. For those of you who don't know, Matthew McConaughey is an actor, though he's certainly much more popular than I am. And so you have a much higher chance of knowing who he is than knowing who I am, right? So this is our guy right here. He's sort of just known for being just a guy, right? He very much has this persona that he portrays in, interviews, podcasts, and even in his memoir, which I unfortunately did read some of in like a half asleep fugue state. He's just a guy. He seems pretty harmless, actually, but I think that Matthew McConaughey represents a specific kind of guy that is actually pretty insidious. Matthew McConaughey is the kind of just a guy you need so that other people who are horrible people can thrive. He's an enabler to the worst people that you know. And if this just sounds like I'm going off of vibes or you're not really like rocking with what I'm saying, let me show you. Matthew McConaughey keeps flirting with alt-right darlings. Okay, that's a really weird headline from the Daily Beast. What do they mean by that? Is this a fringe opinion? Is this projection? Are we lying about Matthew McConaughey? No, I actually didn't know until recently. He was really out there hanging out with Jordan Peterson. Now, listen, he was also apparently on Joe Rogan and stuff like that. Was he really? He would be for real. Matthew McConaughey. Oh, I spelled that properly. Oh, but I didn't. Wait. How did I spell McConaughey correctly, but not Matthew? Off the dome, I was like MCC. It's not off the dome now. I'm reading it. McConaughey. But for some reason, I couldn't actually spell Matthew. Infuriating. Anyways, going on the Joe Rogan podcast is one thing. Even though Joe Rogan is absolutely a useful idiot for the right in many cases, many examples of that happening. But you were genuinely out there hanging out with Jordan Peterson talking about your memoir from a few years ago. I was like, Matthew McConaughey is an op. So whereas you're never actually going to get Maddie over here espousing really negative views or things that are wrong or hateful, I didn't see any. Well, actually, there was a bit of racism that we're going to get to. He's not that guy who's going to get the flack because he never actually says the thing. He's the guy who's hanging around all this really nasty stuff. And when asked about it, kind of gives these really cowardly responses. This is why I have this one point right here that says coward. Matthew McConaughey on his Trump election remarks. People were in denial, right? Okay. So when asked why or how he felt about the fact that people did not really rock with his comments after Trump's election, was this his first election? And him saying that like he's our president now, you have to accept it. We have to extend the olive branch now. People are in denial. And people asked, hey, what are you talking about, Matthew? He said, what I said or thought I said, choosing his words with some care, is that people were in denial and we have to accept the fact that he's president. But surely, the reporter says, you must have your own views concerning the president, I insisted. Yes, I do, he conceded. But to comment on him in this context, I'd have to be on camera and unedited. If I did a tier list of people who are like ops, this type of person would be very near the top. At the top, I would put Trump and actual conservatives and people who have power, direct power over me, and other people and are just disenfranchising them and doing these other things. Under that, I would put people who directly and openly support people like this. But let me tell you right now, let me be really open and honest with you. This is a part in my life where my tolerance has gone way downhill. Almost directly under that. Directly under Trump supporters, I would certainly put celebrities who are like, oh, well, I just don't want to say anything bad about him because it's going to get taken out of context or whatever. Celebrities get a lot of flack for being really open or vocal about their political opinions and stuff. And I see a lot of people saying like, oh, no, we don't need to know celebrities' political opinions. It's not helping. It's not helping. No, it's actually good. It's much, much, much better to have a strong opinion about Donald J. Trump than to just kind of be wishy-washy, hang out with Jordan Peterson, sit on Joe Rogan Experience trying to sell pseudo-philosophy to people, and then when asked about things that actually genuinely matter, just be like, oh, well, I don't know. It's just kind of like whatever. Someone says basically centrism. Yes, Matthew McConaughey represents a sort of insidious centrism that I feel like is deeply appealing to a lot of people, which is fine. But definitely something I've become a lot more critical of over the past few years. And by the way, when I say weird pseudo-philosophy stuff, I'm being so serious. I have actually gotten ads for this road trip stuff that he does. So this is Matthew McConaughey selling us his guru course where he's gonna like, I don't know, show us the McConaughey way.
The times, they do be a changing. And I say it's time for us to adapt and to evolve. I say it's time for us to take a road trip that really does go somewhere, a road trip on a highway that gives us more.
Oh my God. forgot about the bongos. He has a thing where he is constantly playing the bongos, constantly sitting in front of them. Look, it's really cool to have hobbies, but every time I hear the bongo, it takes me out for some reason.
Green lights.
But anyways, this is a course that Matthew McConaughey, by way of Tony Robbins, apparently was all too happy to sell us for, how much did they say it was? It was like $497. Yeah, okay. You can just pay $500 for Matthew McConaughey to teach us self-worth along with Tony Robbins and all these other people. I was like, I thought he was just doing lame. I said it again. I thought he was just doing like deeply uncool poetry that would be really funny to talk about. But me realizing like, hold on a second. Matthew McConaughey is literally on the verge of veering into territory that I find very objectionable, but he just never wants to be that one person. Also, this seems like a good point to bring up Sydney Sweeney. Can we talk about Sydney Sweeney for a second? Just for a second. I don't want to get super into the weeds with Sydney Sweeney because I haven't done a lot of research on this topic. However, one thing that I don't think is her fault is that she became, or people, conservatives were using her as like a conservative darling. Like, oh yeah, Sydney Sweeney. She was in this ad campaign that we think is racist, so we're going to support you, Sydney Sweeney, etc. And she just like struggled to condemn them. You would think it would actually kill her to be like, hey, conservative people using me, Sydney Sweeney, as iconography for their agenda, because there is a conservative agenda, I'm not okay with. And I don't think that's cool. You would actually think that to say that, she would just melt into a puddle like the Wicked Witch. I think that there is just a certain kind of reluctance to talk about politics that I can't get behind. As somebody who thinks that, I think I'm a little less political in general than many people, in that like I usually don't want to hear about it. All right, I limit my time wanting to hear about politics to specific little boxes and stuff like that. But you know when a great time to talk about politics is? You know when a great time to talk about politics is? When everyone thinks that you're conservative. Because if everybody thinks that you're a conservative, and you're okay with everybody thinking that you're a conservative, and you are not out here doing anything that is not conservative. Now, look, I don't want to get in trouble for making this jump right here. But if it walks like a duck, if it walks like an actual duck, people are saying, D'Angelo, she's a Florida Republican. I was trying to bury the lead there. You get where I'm going with this. But yeah, there is a level of blandness that I think is more harmful than most people realize. And that is how I feel about Matthew McConaughey's current trajectory. Did I explain that well? I think I did. That's mostly what I'm getting at. He's bland in a way that's not actually bland. It's actually high key and accessory for some really strange and oftentimes hateful stuff. And also, why are you selling $500 courses on how to fix people's lives? I just can't really ever take people who do that form of self-help seriously. But anyways, that's my mini as in small opinion on Matthew McConaughey. Let's talk about the first book, because there was actually some stuff in here that I found kind of scary. Okay, wait. I had to use like an EPUB reader. Do y'all know what an EPUB is? I didn't want to use Amazon Kindle in this video. Someone said she tried to debunk it, but it got really bad and she just kept digging a hole. Okay, yeah, hold on, wait. I need to bookmark the Sydney Sweeney thing. I did not do research into her enough to talk about her. So if I have said something during the stream that was inaccurate about Sydney Sweeney, I may have. However, can I tell you my vibe as someone who didn't research? My vibe is, so this is like, you're way too okay. You're way too okay with the way people are talking about you and the sort of circle that you've fallen into. It's not easy to accidentally fall into being a conservative darling. And also, like, it would not kill you to speak up and very vocally distance yourself from that. That was my read on it from somebody who did not do research. I think that was a charitable read, but that was just me. Someone said, what's EPUB? It's a file format for books. Yeah, I did not want to. I'm reading chats. Anyways, an EPUB is just a file format for e-readers. I did not want to use Amazon because I think Amazon is whack. That's my hot take. Guys, do we think that Amazon as a company is not cool? I didn't want to just pull up Kindle on stream and look through this book, so I actually found a way of reading this book not on Kindle through this service I've never heard of, but does not seem to have anything to do with Amazon, so I'm a little less put off by. Hold on. Let me pull up this reader I found. Beep, beep, beep. Someone said no Amazon Pog. Yeah, dude, like, I feel like cutting out things in small ways, it does feel good. It feels nice. I know that people are constantly trying to tell me, or like, there's a lot of doomerism about little small changes to sort of resist capitalism. There's a lot of like, oh, well, you know, you choosing not to use Amazon Kindle for this one book or whatever doesn't change the fact that 5,000 people probably bought an ebook in the last minute or whatever. But I'm like, does that mean that I don't have to try to cut them out of my life where possible? I don't think it means that I should give up entirely. Even if the things that I'm doing are small and a little bit useless, I feel better doing them. And that's okay. That's okay with me personally. All right, so I have to log into this other e-reader. Someone said Amazon is whack, but they have literally everything I need. Yeah, Chad, I still use Amazon. When I needed, well, actually, there's a really strong argument that I didn't need anything that I have, right? But when I needed a mic arm, I didn't really know where else to find it. I mean, I guess I can definitely go to a hardware store, but then the idea of like finding a pink mic arm specifically felt like it would be easier to just order it off of Amazon. And let me tell you the truth right now. I did the easier thing. Actually, I frequently do what is easier. Not always. But yeah, when it comes to things where like I'm thinking about it consciously and it would literally cost nothing, and I just sit with my discomfort a little bit. It is a little harder to show y'all an ebook without just buying it on Kindle, but like it's okay to be somewhat uncomfortable. I don't know. I don't blame individual people for using Amazon, because blaming individual people is a psyop from people who actually have power. It's very, very like useful for them if we are out here blaming individuals. Okay, so I've been trying to sign in. I have to sign in with my Microsoft account. Why would I do that? Someone said, no, D'Angelo, don't use Amazon. Bro, I try not to use Amazon. I use it a lot less than I used to. Because, like, here's the other thing, too. Like, reduction is a great first step to completely cutting something out. Back earlier in my career, I would literally buy everything. I would literally buy everything from Amazon, any little bit of hardware I need. But nowadays, when it comes to things like, say, this, for example, I've got my second monitor, my one monitor in front of me, that PC, for example, I will try instead to like bulk order it, not bulk order, but rather find like a hardware store around me and then just get the stuff myself. I don't know. I don't feel like, and it's like, that's a little tricky too, because like then I still do emissions, but I don't know. I drive electric to the best of my ability. I'm trying. I'm also making a lot of excuses for myself because that's just baked into capitalism, unfortunately, but I want to be better. I'm reading chat. Yeah, no, an example of me not using Amazon would be like, oh, it's cheaper to do it this way, so I'm going to do it because it's easier and faster, especially when I can't afford not to do these things. I feel like, for me personally, I'm the main candidate for cutting out Amazon uses as much as possible. Reading chat. I'm a new parent, and unfortunately I have to use Amazon a lot because it's so convenient, but I try not to as much as possible. Yeah, please try not to. Just don't worry. I'm not going to be that influencer who's like, oh my gosh, you're a new parent and you bought baby supplies for your baby off of Amazon? Great job ruining every... It's not the parents trying to feed their children that are ruining everything. It's Amazon. All right. So I signed in, but it doesn't have... It doesn't have my books that I had. Oh, I found him. Yay. Okay. So I'm using a website called Koodo? Koodo? And you know what? It's been reading this EPUB just fine. So shout out the person who made this. This is like open source software. And I did not actually have to do anything on Kindle to read this Matthew McConaughey book. Let's see. All I had to do was acquire the EPUB, which I did not do through Amazon. Oh my gosh. Someone said, please talk about the Mr. Beast X Latter-day Saints business deal. Is that real? LDS, as in the Mormon church, or are you just like memeing? You gotta be memeing. I feel like, is that real? Chat, are we being serious? Okay, so wait, does anybody know what this person's referring to? Mr. Beast X LDS? Someone said Amazon is never a necessity. It's a necessity of privilege. Yeah, I agree. What do you mean it's real? Wait, okay, hold on. Well, I said Mormons. Is LDS Mormon, chat? It is, right? What? Wait, usually when people bring things up that I don't know, I don't like talk about it on stream because I feel like learning about things in a new environment or learning about things live is actually not as cool as it might sound. But I'm not going to follow the AD, or I'm not going to follow the AI. What? Latest from Mormon land. YouTube's Mr. Beast partners with LDS Church. Spate of... I don't know. This can't be real. What is he doing? He announced that his nonprofit Beast Philanthropy was partnering Just Serve the Voluntarism platform sponsored by the church. Okay, I understand. So it wasn't necessarily like, hey guys, back with another one of the most bland videos you've ever seen, packaged as brain rot content, and today's video is sponsored by the Church of Latter-day Saints. It's more so that like he is cooperating with organizations that are heavily associated with the LDS. That is very interesting. Wow. I see people talking about this. Yeah, I don't have enough of an opinion on this to react live, but I mean, I do. I'm not going to fence it. That's really strange. That's my initial opinion, but I have to do more research. Someone said 2026 bingo is wild. It's beyond wild. Because what do you mean? What do you mean? Anyways. Green Lights by Matthew McConaughey was his first, or not his first, but like the memoir that came out before this new one, right? So #1, New York Times best-selling memoir by Matthew McConaughey, right? It was released in 2020. And there are some things in this book that really speak to my main point, which I know is a stretch, of Matthew McConaughey being an op, right? So let's look at some of these notes that I saved. The first thing I want to point out is that there is just such a fake deep vibe coming off of my guy over here. Hold on. Let's see. I made highlights, y'all. I made highlights. Okay? I'm trying not to just rant at you. I'm truly trying to back stuff up. It keeps telling me user activation is required. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to activate anything. So in the beginning, wait, sorry, this is really hard to read. Sorry, my highlights are like unreadable. It was easier to read on my phone. Whatever, I'm just going to read it to you. I've been naive, evil, and a cynic, but I am most fearless in my belief of my and mankind's benevolence and the common denominator of values among us. He said among us. Chat, do you think Matthew McConaughey is sus? Should we vote Matthew McConaughey out? Actually, has anyone here watched Gnosia? That is such a good show. Do you think that Matthew McConaughey is the Gnosia? Okay, hold on. Some of y'all may not know what I'm talking about here. there's this show based off of this game called Gnosia, where basically it's like Among Us, but as an anime. And so it's like everybody is stuck on this ship and they have an imposter who wants to take over the ship and like make people disappear and stuff. And so every episode you have to figure out who's the Gnosia. And I'm wondering if Matthew McConaughey is technically sus. Anyways, someone said that sounds great. Spell it Gnosia. That's how they pronounce it. In the show Gnosia. Now I'm voting him out. Someone said it's on your Steam wish list. It looks really good. Anyway, he says, I believe the truth is only offensive when we're lying. I was raised on existential outlaw logic, a carnation of malaprops, full of fictitious physics, because if it wasn't true, it ought to be. What are you talking about? Listen, I was rocking with him. I wasn't rocking with him. All of this is fine up until I was a carnation of malaprops. I am like, I'll be the first to admit I don't know what malaprop means. Okay. I don't know what that means. The mistaken use of a word in place of a similar sounding one. So it's like meta. Because that in and of itself was like a malaprop. Okay, so you're a carnation. I still have Gnosia up. You're a carnation of malaprops, full of fictitious physics. Because if it wasn't true, it ought to be. That was my intro, okay? This was on page 6. Page 6. The first few pages were just like front matter, all right? It wasn't long before I realized, like, okay, I'm not going to be able to actually read this entire book, not even for a video. But where I was like, okay, yeah, see, this is what I meant was, hold on, I got to make this a little smaller because I don't want to show the picture because the picture is actually really messed up. Sorry, give me a second, chat. There's like, I don't know how to describe it. But okay, you know what? I'm just gonna slide it over here. Off screen, maybe? No, that's not working. Hold on, chat. Y'all gotta give me a second. Wait, I had this all planned out. I was gonna go over this and it was gonna be so beautiful and amazing. Matthew McConaughey did this to me. We need to vote him out. I'm going to close this tab. I'm going to close that tab. And I'm going to slide this over. Okay, there we go. I don't think this is bad anymore. So there's a picture off to the side that I don't feel like showing. I'm going to turn off the chat so y'all can see. In this video, or in this chapter, which is all him describing how like insanely violent and abusive his parents were. He's doing this romanticization of their abuse that I find to be pretty telling of what this guy's willing to put up with. So after saying that, like, they were fighting each other and a knife was involved and the crazy things like that were happening, he says, "This is why my mom and dad were married 3 times and divorced twice to each other. This is why my dad broke mom's middle finger to get it out of his face 4 separate times. This is how my mom and dad loved each other." Matthew McConaughey. Bro, I have a penchant for overreaction. Actually, it's something I do quite often. I don't think I'm reacting strongly enough to you saying that's insane. This is not the kind of no. Someone said, "Holy heck, that is not healthy." It's beyond unhealthy. Like romanticization of abuse in your memoir. That's how that's pronounced now, apparently. It's not great. This is what I mean by people like this enable things that are harmful to just persist by making excuses for it or refusing to actually condemn things or call it what it is. And I don't want to speak too much about some guy's parents, right? Because that's a tricky thing. But you know exactly what I mean. This could be something that you think privately versus actually spreading this in your memoir. All right, so I had other notes though. Hold on though. That's the thing. I'm always going to have more to say. He just never shuts up. Oh, and the picture that I didn't want to show you is his mom's middle finger. He, like, you can see totally her finger had been broken at some point. And I'm like, dude, this is an excruciating read. I don't want to read this like this. This is not good. Going back to my notes. Sorry, y'all. I'm new to using the software. I'm new to using the software, so I'm not great at finding my notes. Okay, I found them again. This is me trying not to use Amazon, y'all. It's me trying not to use Amazon. Okay, I found it. The part where I had to nope out of the part where I had to nope out of the book was when he was saying that he was describing this pissing contest, but like an actual one. Their night's entertainment had segued into who could piss over whose head the highest. Each man, from shortest to tallest, would stand on the barn wall, put a mark over his head, and the rest of them would see if they could flat foot piss over the mark. No. So I had noped out of that, and instead I just decided I'm not going to read this book, and I'm instead just going to see what other people are saying about this book, and then I'm going to parrot that opinion to you as if I have read the book, while being open and honest about the fact that I can't read this. This is so weird. And the main thing I saw that was the issue with this is that he totally uses a slur to describe, and I mean an actual slur, to describe his wife at this point. Okay, so it says, sorry, I know this is deeply unreadable once again. Here, I will take off my highlight. Okay, there we go. We can read it a little better. So he's describing meeting his wife, I believe. And he says, it was late 2006, and I was holding court at the head of the table and the Hyde Club on Sunset Boulevard, hand making the best margaritas on the planet, when I saw her. Sparkle noises. A thin, soft silk turquoise dress draped over caramel-colored shoulders, floating right to left across the hazy, low-lit neon room. She wasn't delivering anything. She wasn't leaving anywhere. She was defying gravity in the direction she wanted to go. First of all, calm down, Elphaba. Secondly, baffling to me that this was written before ChatGPT. This must actually be what ChatGPT was trained on. She was defying gravity in the direction she wanted to go, and I wanted to be where she was headed. Her head had no bob. Were her feet even touching the ground? I couldn't be sure. Like I said, the room was low lit and hazy. She made an impression and a definition, naughty and fundamental, young with a past, homegrown and worldly, innocent and cunning, springtime and salty. This word right here, which is fully a slur and a queen. Okay, listen. You can find various topics from people who are indigenous talking about this word. They are much more qualified to tell you why this is a problem. All I'm going to tell you right now is you literally can Google it. It says it's offensive and dated. You can go to Wikipedia and see that it's an ethnic and sexual slur historically used for indigenous North American women. Okay, this is quite literally something that people have apparently been fighting back against for actual decades. As I mentioned, Mr. McConaughey's book came out in 2020. How something like this slips past your editor and sensitivity reader and all this is wild. Oh, and then it gets kind of nasty though, because he's like, she was no virgin, but she wasn't for rent, a mother to be. You looked at this woman from across the room and you were like, oh, I can tell she's no virgin, but she's not a you know what. She's not selling, dude. Also, I have to be so real with you right now. This is a part where I'm trying not to like make it that deep when it's not that deep. But like the wife in question being Brazilian, aka, you know, not white is what I'm getting at here. Or like, I don't know what she is, but you get where I'm saying. Like, your wife looking like this and you seeing her from across the room and using slurs that people use for indigenous people, I'm just like, you're playing into this like exoticism that I find to be really strange and gross. Personally, it gives me the ick. It gives me the ick. I think it's nasty, in my opinion. That's just me. I don't want to be speaking about things that I don't understand. But we're kind of getting into the wheelhouse of I don't know much about this word. I didn't know it was a slur until I saw people saying that. But that being said, sensitivity readers are still a thing that exist. People should definitely, who are smarter than me and hopefully smarter than Matthew McConaughey, should be reading this book and being like, oh, hey, Maddie, that's a slur. And I know you just said that because your wife was kind of brown and you wanted to imply that she was indigenous, which is not the same thing. But no. Some say he hit her with the wrong slur. No, yeah, that was so cringe. But look, that was sort of the first book. And that was when I realized like, oh, I'm not going to be able to do this. I'm not actually going to be able to get through this book at all. Someone said, bro, he definitely did not get a sensitivity reader. I feel like he barely got an editor, if I'm being honest. Someone says she even indigenous. I don't believe that she is. Nah, if it's fetishization, yeah, it's nasty. It's nasty. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and downplay it. All right, so that was sort of talking about why I think he's an op. That was sort of talking about the weird people he's hanging around and this weird guru stuff he's doing and sort of these really weird and strange and outdated attitudes that are somehow cropping up even in his 2020 memoir. I wanted to give you all of this context. That way, when I pull up some of this poetry and just start absolutely trashing it, y'all don't think I'm being too mean. I think this is why I gave this sort of big intro. I think taking random people's attempts at being artistic and dunking on them for content usually doesn't come across as cool to me as the people doing that think it is. But in this specific case, I've got nothing but hater energy for anything Matthew McConaughey is trying to put out, because he a weirdo in real life. He great in some of those movies, but like, you are IRL weird. Okay, so let me find hold on, wait. Now I have to find out how to open a second book. Chat, a second book has hit. I shouldn't make that joke. I was going to say a second book has hit the e-reader. That's not funny at all. You could just why does my mind work like this specifically? Oh my gosh. Why? Sorry, that was deeply insensitive. I mean, I still thought it was kind of funny, but oh, some people are laughing. Okay, good. Okay, let's see. So the book is called Prayers and Poems. Oh, just kidding. It's called Poems and Prayers. Dang, did I swear to God that I had put that one in my OneDrive, but I guess I didn't do that either. So let me go to my files and transfer that over. This is riveting content. I hope that somebody clicked into the stream in the last 10 seconds and has just seen me sitting in front of my phone this entire time. I don't blame streamers who are like really silent in their streams, because it's not actually easy to talk for 4 minutes and 16 seconds consistently. But sometimes I feel like streamers can get so quiet. And it's like, are you alive? Someone throw a rock at them, poke them with a stick. See if they move. Okay, hold on. Someone said they're scared now. No, you should totally be scared. This poetry is not good, bro. It's not good. And that's coming from me, the guy who in my video a couple days ago said, I am not a good judge of poetry. I'm finna judge the heck out of this poetry right here. Okay, so I should be able to download this file. I read excerpts of this already, but I didn't actually import the book into the new cool non-Kindle web viewer. Hold on. Import Poems and prayers. Hey, we got it. Let's go. Okay. We are so back. So here we have Poems and Prayers by Matthew McConaughey. The last person I want praying for me. Matthew, if I'm in your prayers, cut it. Cut that out. Cut me out of your prayers, please. I don't want you interceding on my behalf. I don't want it. All right. Oh, we've got a William Faulkner quote in the beginning. Hold on a second. If I can get really, really, really annoying and elitist and like literature fan-ish, can I just say, of all people to have as a quote in the beginning of your poetry book, William Faulkner for a guy like this makes so much sense. Oh, it just makes so much sense. Actually, I genuinely feel like Faulkner, Hemingway, and... No, I can't even think of a third one. They got to be the two most overrated literary figures. Okay, listen, you might have done your thesis on Ernest Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea. You might tell me, actually, you just don't understand Faulkner. I tried. Y'all told me. And I read. And there is like a certain kind of person that I feel like Faulkner attracts, which is just not lost on me. Someone said gatekeep Matthew McConaughey. I'm gatekeeping the heck out of him right now. Sorry. Someone said, sorry. Anyways, I'm being really mean, and that's okay, because I don't really care. So I'm not gonna read his intro because I already read that. I actually picked this book up in person. It was at my local bookshop, I think a couple months ago or something like that. I don't remember when. And I read his intro about what he did. And he basically said he's been writing poems over the course. Oh, people are mentioning Bukowski. Well, yeah, because a lot of Bukowski's poetry. Oh, wait, hold on. No. Okay. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm going to get in trouble. The literary community is going to come for me if I sit here and say, actually, Bukowski, it's kind of like Reddit poetry, kind of, to me personally. And like, whereas it's very interesting to see people, oh, this is the AI, I'm not using the AI for advice, but whereas it's very interesting to see people play with form, or to really think that like you should not need to be extremely literary to be considered a poet or whatever. I read some of the things that Bukowski is popular for, and I'm just like, this is hilarious, because of course this is popular. Of course this is doing well on Reddit specifically. Someone says it's a hot take. No, I mean, this is a horrible take. I don't have an English degree. I don't have, okay. Okay. Let's read Bukowski. To the Whore Who Took My Poems by Charles Bukowski. This makes the rounds on Reddit every so often. People on Reddit be like, oh yeah, Bukowski, that's my guy. He was so good. Yeah. To the Whore Who Took My Poems. Some say we should keep personal remorse from the poem. Stay abstract. And there was some reason in this, but Jesus, 12 poems gone, and I don't keep carbons, and you have my paintings too, my best ones. It's stifling. Are you trying to crush me out like the rest of them? Why didn't you take my money? They usually do, from the sleeping drunken pants sick in the corner. Next time, take my left arm or a 50, but not my poems. I'm not Shakespeare, but sometime, simply, there won't be any more, abstract or otherwise. There will always be money and whores and drunkards down to the last bomb. But as God said, crossing his legs, I see where I have made plenty of poets, but not so much poetry. I'm not going to call this incel poetry because then people are going to get really mad at me. Then people are going to actually think that I'm rage baiting you. But like, chat, this is not. No. I'm going to have. Someone said it's nice guy core. It really, really is. It really, really is. You don't even have to perform any sort of subtextual analysis to see that he's calling people whores, saying, oh, why didn't you take my money? They usually do. This sort of weird, strange misogynistic, holier than thou nonsense that I encounter in Bukowski's work that I also, I'm not gonna lie, encounter in Hemingway's work a lot. And then Faulkner, that's just a whole other bag. But yeah, no, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry if Bukowski is like your favorite poet. That's fine. And if you think I sound really dumb right now because I don't have a degree, I'm just sharing my opinion. Someone said Nice Guy Core is such a read. No, Nice Guy Core is incisive. That's surgical right there. Anyways, getting back to Matthew McConaughey. Why did Bukowski even... Oh, one of y'all mentioned Bukowski. Anyways, getting back to McConaughey, he tells us that these are poems that he had just collected over the course of the past few decades. He's just been writing poetry on and off, bit by bit, and he's collected it and now released it for us, right? My prayers are my poems are my prayers, and the following is 4 decades of poems and prayers I've written since I was 18, back when I started reading Byron in the bathtub in Australia. All right. Let's go. Someone said, oh, hey, you just articulated why I hate Hemingway so much. Hemingway hate is valid. It's valid, and you're not crazy. You are not crazy. All right, let's see. This is a poem I wrote right after I finished. Why is he pre-gaming the poem? As a guy who has spent like 42 minutes ranting about other things before reading the first poem, it's just so funny to me. I'm trying to read this man's poetry, and there's been like 18 pages of non-poetry in the beginning, and now in a poem intro. This is a poem I wrote right after I finished writing Green Lights and later included in the paperback paperback edition. Sorry, that extra CK took me out. It's a chronological summary of every... Wait a second. Then again, some of y'all have paperback addictions. Who here has a book vice? I won't use the word addiction. That's a really strong word. Some of y'all have too many books though. And some of y'all need to get called out a little bit. It's not all of y'all. But there's a certain kind of book person who gets lost in the book sauce. And I'm like, did you read all those? Y'all read all those? Y'all finna read all those? Nah, some of y'all have too many books. Okay, no, hold on. Let me rephrase this. How many of y'all's books on your TBR did you actually read? How many books are on your TBR right now that you're not reading? You're not going to read that. Why did you put that on your TBR? I am here to de-influence you from adding books to your TBR because they mildly interested you. TBR means you're going to read it. It doesn't mean, oh, this was mildly interesting to me. Let me add this to this list of books that most humans could not get through in their lifetime. Stop lying to yourself. Make a second TBR that has books that you're actually going to read. Y'all ain't finna read all that because you can't read all that. Someone said friendly fire. Nah, gratatata. Y'all's TBRs are fake because you are lying to yourselves. Y'all want to read all those books. I know that y'all want to read every single book on your TBR. You're not going to do it. I'm here to be the first one to tell you it's never going to happen. Where's that one clip? Does that sound like someone or something you want? Hold on. If I was editing a video right now, I would insert a clip. All right, I found it on Twitter. Ugh, boo, Twitter. But hold on. This is what I say to some of y'all having 50 books on your TBR thinking that you're actually going to read all those.
Does that sound like something you want?
Yes.
Well, let me tell you, you'll never get it.
Never. You're never getting through that TBR. And that's on period. Anyways, a lot of you are like, what? I came here to listen to a video about Matthew McConaughey. Why did I just get personally attacked on stream in front of all these people? I said what I said. Anyways. I'm slightly kidding. 25% joking. I had to make fun of y'all somewhat. Just a little bit. You know, I'm just that guy. All right. Anyways, so, oh my gosh. Whoa. That was scary. Oh, my mouse is like, because I switch back and forth between using a mouse on Windows and PC, I never remember which way I should actually scroll. How did I scroll that far? Anyways, someone said not 67%. Oh, 6-7. I try so hard. I try so hard not to acknowledge 6-7 anytime it comes up around me. I think I've gone days in a row without saying 6-7 because someone in my chat tried to sneak it into my chat without me realizing that you were just out here memeing. I said Windows and PC. Sorry, I went PC and Mac. PC and Mac. I switched back and forth between PC and Mac. Dude, I wouldn't even say that like 6-7 makes me mad. It doesn't. It's more so just like I'm mad at myself for falling for this. Why did I see the numbers 6-7 and read them out loud? It never, ever, ever goes well. Someone says 6-7 haters unite. Bro. Anyways, for those of you who don't know what 6-7 is, good. I'm not explaining it to you. Good. Continue not knowing. Anyways, this is a poem I wrote right after I finished writing Greenlights and later included in the paperback edition. I said it again. Paperback edition. It's a chronological summary of everything that happens in that book. So if you read it, I think you'll have some fun remembering what spoke to you. And if you didn't read the whole darn book, here's the 5-minute version. It's so wonderful being the target audience. Because I'll tell you right now, Matthew McConaughey, I did not read your whole darn book. I did not, and I'm not going to. Now, that being said, if you actually think that I'm going to read this poetic summary of your entire book in which you told us, literally, this is just a plot by plot recap of what happens in the majority of the first part of the book, which I did read. I read part 1. This is so funny. I'm not reading all this. And why is it so long? Let's just go ahead and skip to the next poem. I can't do this. All right. Is life the chase we race until death chases us running by? Or are we racing death from birth, only caught the day we die? Either way, let's hold the lead for as long as we can. Gra. If life is a chase we race till death catches us by, are we racing from death to birth, or only caught when we die? You know, like, dude, Ice Spice probably could have written a bar better than that. And that is not saying much. I literally feel like you could put this over a mid drill beat and sell it to Ice Spice for a bag. And maybe that's just me being mean or like hateful or whatever, but I'm just like, what are you talking about? Okay, hold on. Okay, here we go. Wait, this is another really long one. I'm not reading the long ones. You know what? I have to give him a shot. I have to try to read at least one long one. That way I'm not just hyper fixating on short little snippets because they're not good. Further from Hell by Matthew McConaughey. You can call them poems, but what they are is lyrics. Songs about a life of soaring spirits. Where reason rhymes and the light's just right. Where never's done and always might. I'm going to read one more 4-line section. We're standing sturdy and the winds blow. And sights are high without tippy a toe. Where we know for certain that we're not sure if prevention's best medicine is the cure. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm dying. There's a lot of discourse in the poetry community, which I'm not a part of, about poems not rhyming. I think a lot of it maybe comes from, I don't want to say the outside, but like maybe people who have just not read like a ton of poetry that doesn't rhyme. And so they don't get like, why would you write a poem that doesn't rhyme? What's the point of that? How is this poetry, etc.? Chat, this is why the majority of modern poetry doesn't rhyme. It is literally because of this. It can put a certain kind of person into a certain kind of mood that is not conducive to good poetry. It's just not conducive to good poetry. Oh my gosh. Someone said I wrote better poetry than this in high school. You probably did. No, wait, hold on. Who would win? Skinny cows and dollar bills. Your high school poetry or this? Put them by the fence line and outside of your money clip. Don't advertise you got fat heifers and bingies on the inside. Okay. I even feel like me just reading the phrase fat heifers right now is like hate crimed. But to who? Technically, he's just talking about cows, right? I don't know. There's always that commentary creator urge to just make everything sound worse than it actually is. But the fact that I don't even really have to try to do that in this scenario is sending me. It's sending me. Hold on. How about shades for the eclipse? Heading into town to find a girl named Nikki. They say she's got shades for the eclipse. Naked eye on the sun today will surely cause quite a twitch. Lord, lead me from temptation with absence of a glitch. It's a blue moon Saturday morning, and there's trouble in my breeze. And since tomorrow's Sunday, good idea to stretch my knees. First of all, Nikki who? Minaj? You may as well hang out with her because you're like 1 degree of separation away over there hanging out with Jordan Peterson. Ever since she went to Magaville. Secondly, like, artwork is amazing and more people should do it. If you like poetry, I think you should write it because there's no barrier to entry and gatekeeping is actually bad. However, I do think it's really, 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 really uncool when you take things that are art forms that are deeply important to a lot of people or just have a lot of like history and sort of lore and things like this, and you have really massive people coming in from the outside like Matthew McConaughey having the #1 best-selling poetry book just because he's Matthew McConaughey, and you don't actually really have to have any sense of form or intention or anything like that, and you were literally just taking like a vibe. I'll give him that. He has voice. These poems definitely have voice, but you're just taking voice and vibes and sticking your name on it, and #1 New York Times bestseller. I don't know if this book specifically was a bestseller, but it's like, it's painful. It's just painful. So I'm just upset that he's publishing it. That's what I'm getting at. It's really, 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 really cringe that like poetry in general is so underfunded or like not taken seriously as an art form, as a job, as anything like this. Like, I don't know. Seeing stuff like this just kind of fly is amazing to me. And then it doesn't help that like this vision of Texas that he's selling, yes, I understand where he's coming from, but at this point it's almost giving Mikayla Nogueira's accent. Does that make sense? Some of y'all have been live for literally like, or you've been with me for 4.5 hours. Y'all weren't expecting me to try to connect these two topics. If you've been here for 4.5 hours, this is for you. It's giving Mikayla Nogueira's accent levels of like, I'm sure you are a country yee boy, but this level of like, yeah, we got cows by the picket fence and this, that, the other. I'm like, my brother in Christ, you are playing this up. Please. Sometimes I had to step away for a second. Are we still talking about Matt? For a bit. I'm probably going to wrap this up soon because I didn't want to read that much poetry. Let's see. I just got paid today. I got myself a pocket full of change. No need to use my blinker now when I'm changing lanes. These hogs on the highway are not here to measure speed. I have everything I want and it's exactly what I need. I'm going to have some tags. I got those in my pocket. I don't remember how that song goes, but that's definitely what this one is giving. So I've been watching the whole time. That was for you. Thank you for watching the entire time. Thank you. Some said these are just bad country songs. Dude, I know he's from Texas, but this is so Nashville coded. Actually. I just truly save me. 40 miles south of Petite, looking for a lid to rest my seat. With my stomach in knots, my prostate in a pinch. The clock was ticking, I was grumpy as a Grinch. With the sun now rising just past 6 a.m. Found a roadside loo and I went on in. I passed the janitor who was on his way out, which gave me faith and relieved my doubt. See, I consider a porta potty an absolute win, as long as the first butt in the morning's mine on the porcelain. Period. Gratata. In the stream right now, you're not getting better than that. In the stream right now, I just ate that down. In the stream, it's over. You have poetry on your hard drive, delete that. Delete it. You consider yourself a poet, erase whatever you just wrote. Erase it. You ain't never touching this. This is actually brilliant. This is brilliant. This is brilliant. Oh my god, this is so funny. I don't want to read about Matthew McConaughey's dad in a pissing contest. I don't want to read about Matthew McConaughey's butt on a porcelain porta potty. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Someone said they're deleting right now. Delete it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. I paid half price for the same roll of dice I got the first time what I tried to get twice. I got fewer tickets and drove the same speed. I did what I wanted to get what I need. I traveled half as far and I got twice as close because what I was after was more than the most. I BS'd more but told fewer lies because the truth matters less than the look in your eyes. I realized I was about to get in trouble for a second. I was about to say, like, oh, it's kind of giving Taylor Swift. This is not a knock. This is not a knock. Hold on. What I'm getting at, tell me low key. I got in less fights but took more on the chin where only the blue ribbon goes to win. In Birmingham where I care less but give more of a damn. Tell me that would not literally be in like Taylor Swift's newest 30-track album. Tell me, I almost blurted that out without explaining what I meant. Tell me it wouldn't be. It's just kind of funny. It's just kind of funny. It's a little bit funny. Someone said we said that. Oh, someone probably already said Taylor in the chat. I didn't even see it. I promise. That was off the dome. Okay. I'm gonna do 3 more. I can probably get through 3 more of these before I implode into a plume of smoke. Oh, and then I should write a poem about Matthew McConaughey. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we have got poems about time. We're gonna read Back to the Future. We look ahead to where we've been. We pray so we can sin. We leave so we can go. We give back to steal the show. We raise the roof so we can hide. We rebel so we can abide. Why am I like signing? I don't know sign language. I should though. It's a cool thing to know. We laugh so we can cry. We find reason, then ask why. Oh my god, it just keeps going on and on. I'm so bad at scrolling. Okay, whatever. That's as much as I can do for that one. Sorry. Let's see. What else? Oh, we've got barbiturate logic. I need to calm my brain to have half the thoughts per hour. 50% of the neural fragments, and therefore twice the power. And one doubly meaningful story with half the words. I mean, same. Actually, I relate to that poem. Me too, Matthew McConaughey. It'd be like that sometimes for us out here thinking way too fast. All right, my last one. I just want to read like one really good one to wrap it up. I'm looking for one really good one, chat, and I'm not finding it. Oh, here we go. I love this one. Respect family. See everyone as someone's child, sibling, and parent. Respect them as such. Love thy neighbor as thyself. This is the sort of rhetoric which, coming from the average person, I would be like, beautiful, yes, respect family, whatever that means. See everyone as someone's child, sibling, or parent. I agree with. Respect them as such. Yeah, love thy neighbor as thyself. But I'm going to be honest with you. Coming from Matthew McConaughey, just in the context that he's been in, I promise you this respect family is like, it's so loaded. I can't, without sounding like a crazy person, I can't even explain how absurdly loaded this respect family. It's doing a lot of heavy lifting. But that being said, I want to just end this by like, it's not cool to talk about people without really putting yourself out there. So I want to try to write a poem. This is for Matthew. Hold on. This is going to be beautiful. This is going to be amazing. I'm really putting myself out there because I know I do a lot of different like art forms and stuff like that, but poetry is not something I'm really good at. So we're going to start with just some ideas. Matt. Okay. That's my first idea. We're kind of going to go with like, well, Well, why did it auto capitalize? No, I write poetry in lowercase for the aesthetic. We're gonna write, let's see, reflection. Matte, reflection. Those are like opposites. Hold on a second. Because if something is matte, look, I know that I don't know much about makeup as we saw from the first half of my stream, but if something is matte, that means it's not reflective. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. We might be eating. If I said that he was too matte to be reflective, would that be a fire first line, chat? Am I cooking? Am I cooking a little bit? Just a little bit? Okay, hold on. Let's keep working with this. Too matte to be reflective. Reflection. It's giving like water. I'm thinking like water imagery. It's giving like pools. Too matte to be reflective. Too matte to be reflective. Or stop auto capitalizing everything. Reflective. As reflective as a shallow pool. I think that's a good first 2 lines. I'm thinking that, chat, we could probably finish him in 4 lines. I don't think that this has to go much longer. Too matte to be reflective, or reflective as a shallow pool. I dive in. I'm done. That's my poem. It's called Matt. Do we like it? Too matte to be reflective, or as reflective as a shallow pool. I dive in, but at what risk? That's my poem about Matthew McConaughey. Look, I don't know poetry. That's not me. I'm not good at poetry, but I tried to put something out there. I've tried to put something out there. Someone said I suggest removing as. I'm gonna take your suggestion. Hold on. Oh, whoa. My thing was like super glitching. Okay, so anyways, you think I should remove what? This as right here? Too matte to be reflective, or reflective as a shallow pool. That flows a lot better, actually. Okay, yeah, I like that. Too matte to be reflective, or reflective as a shallow pool. I dive in, but at what risk? No changes. I'm accepting no more criticism. No more. But, do you see how an outside person was like, oh yeah, I totally see what you were doing there. Here's critique for you that I think would maybe improve what you're doing. I'm not saying that you have to do that with all of your poetry, because poetry is very personal, but maybe when you don't know what you're doing, something like that is really beneficial. So things like that can be really beneficial to you, but that's just my opinion. Too matte to be reflective, or reflective as a shallow pool. I dive in, but at what risk? That's mean. I like it. Hey! So I'm one of the best poets of our generation. Exactly. Wait. Oh, I just realized the chat has been off on the screen the entire time, but that's okay. Yeah, no. What do you call it? Like a poet laureate? Is that a thing? Is that how you say laureate? I don't know what a poet laureate is, but I should be it, because I wrote one semi-decent poem. Oh, it is. That's the thing. Yeah. I pressed the wrong button. A person who is honored with an award for outstanding creative or intellectual achievement. I should be the poet laureate. Also, speaking of that, Did you see that one lady won the Nobel Prize? Because I think that's all kind of the same thing. And she gave it away to Donald J. Trump. Hold on. I'm going to leave y'all with that. Hold on. Wait. I'm going to leave y'all with that. Because that was like, there's no way that you could fumble the bag that hard. There's no way that you could actually fumble the bag on this level. I don't know much about this scenario because I need to educate myself on it more. All I know is the headline. So we're running off of pure Reddit energy here, me reacting to a headline. Venezuela Nobel Peace Prize winner presents her medal to Trump. She said, "Thank you for one of the most prestigious awards on this planet, actually. The Peace Prize. I appreciate that honor, but you know who I think truly deserves that? Donald J. Trump." She was being completely serious. The Nobel Prize Committee were like, what? Or okay, no, it's not the Nobel Prize Committee. It's Norwegian politics. It says, said that politicians said that this is completely absurd. People were trying to tell her like, that's not how the Nobel Peace Prize works. You can't win it and then give it to someone, let alone Donald Trump. So since she wants him to put her in charge of Venezuela, yeah, no, like there's a lot more subtext here. Obviously, there's a lot going on here, but I just think as a headline, person wins Nobel Peace Prize and then cedes it to Donald J. Trump is a level of like, I can't do this today. I can't do this today. I really can't. I cannot. Anyway, I'm going to go back and review that Matthew McConaughey footage and see if it's any good. And if it is, I'll cut it into a video. It might not be though, because I was honestly just memeing. But just in case, who wants to record one final outro before we go? And then I'll end it. You want to do it? You want to do it? All right, one final outro. Everybody say bye. Because when I say bye this last time, I'm ending the stream and you're all going to disappear. But you'll live forever in my memory, obviously. Anyway, hopefully you never have to think about Matthew McConaughey or his poetry ever again. I know I certainly will try not to. But yeah, this video was actually recorded live right here on YouTube, where I stream quite often. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays right here at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Unless I don't. In which case, I have simply chosen not to do my job today, which is honestly on you, not me. Anyways, I hope to see you in the next video or the next stream, but if not, it doesn't really matter that much, okay?